Welcome. Good morning. What's up, traders? Thanks for being here. We're going to go over my early morning watch list. Sorry that took forever, man. I had the stream up and I just wanted to post it on Twitter. Make my coffee, which I hope you already have your coffee and or already starting your day somewhat. So let's get right into it. I'm Justin. This is what I call the Ivy League live stream. Not for the simple fact that you need to be smart. It's kind of like an oxymoron, right? Because you don't need to be some intelligent. You got to have some kind of, common sense about you to make the right decisions. That's all you have to do. You have to get educated, make the right decisions. So hopefully we can help you with some of the things that I do and how I look at the markets. And, if you follow my trades, you have to understand that is your responsibility to manage your risk, manage your size, make sure you understand what it is you're doing, because you may not understand what it is that I'm doing. I may leave key pieces out, why I'm doing something. I'm going to let you guys know. We're going to go over, we got about 10 stocks this morning, ranging from DJT all the way from airlines, which I've had airlines on my watch all weekend, to Tesla, to Phillips. There's a lot this morning going on. So you have energy moving lower here. Oxy's trending because of an Israel strike that didn't do damage of some sort. I haven't really read up onto it too much. So after Israel reportedly they did not damage Iran's oil sites amid strikes over the weekend. So all right, we have a lot to get into. We don't have a lot of time to waste, but I do apologize for the stream taking so long for, coming up. All we ask is hit the like button, subscribe. We want 15 likes today, and if we could get a few subscribers, that would be awesome. And if you want to donate to the stream, any stream contributions, those links are in the description. PayPal. Give me 1 second. I had a feeling my little girl would be okay sitting in here with me. She was sitting in the window, but no, she just wants to sit here and yell and leave as soon as I start. So I do apologize. But anyway, stream contribution donation link. That link is in the description. You giving back to the stream can help take this stream where it needs to go. As a thank you for the work that I put in here to help you guys become better traders and start analyzing the markets and understanding how to appropriately manage risk. Understanding if you stick to your a dollar amount, you stick to your amount. If you're going to risk a nickel for every trade, I would hope that you can get 50 cents out of that nickel by the 7th to 8th time out of those 10 trades to put you back green. Okay, so let's get right into it. I am yapping too much. Again, stream contribution donations. That link is in the description. I'm trying to get TTS up. I'll probably work on that after the market closes today or sometime around lunch. So let's get right into it. How's everybody doing this morning? What's up, guys? Yeah, 2 p.m. Nice. I hope everybody had a good weekend. Yesterday, I started to put out a watch list, and I'm looking around, and I'm like, man, we have so many earnings. So let's talk about the first things first. We have crazy data. We have a crazy amount of earnings this week. I mean, what do we have? Nearly 10 trillion worth of market cap here this week. I mean, sorry, 15, maybe even 20 trillion in market cap this week. You get nearly 10 just out of the, 4 biggest companies. So all right, we have we also still have, don't forget, usually you have those, day 3, day 2 runners from last week. So I still have the earnings up from last week. I'm going to be watching American Airlines. This is going to be one of my top trade ideas this week. And it's not coincidental that Boeing, Delta Airlines, CrowdStrike, it's not ironic that we're coming in today and airlines are on the list. All right. Mainly, I'm going to be watching $13. $13 on American Airlines. And can we get up through $13.50? I'm just going to bring this up really quickly. Let's see, because I haven't looked. I'd like to know. Okay, so we did gap above 13.25. All right, so we did start to close above this zone here. All right, we may not get the pullback now. Okay, so this trade's taken from me. So here's why American Airlines was on my list this weekend. And I had this written down already. So we had, I don't know if these have changed, but the delta and gamma on these, on the 1350 calls, okay, it's not on here. It is. So they are showing it change. Okay, so this weekend was like a 32 with a gamma of 45. So what that means is, right, even your first, if we were to have gotten it, depending on where we opened up today, and we still may be able to get this trade, what I was looking for is to see where, like, because we closed in this range here on Friday on American Airlines, and I was looking for a 13, another, like, you know, maybe just like a quick pullback into like 13.10 to $13 here to see if we could break out. And down here where we closed Friday at 13.20, your deltas, I just wanted to make sure I didn't do anything crazy there because I feel like I just clicked something and messed something up. So the deltas were on the 1350s. It doesn't matter now because they've changed. You can see, look, 75 to $1.45. I think it was like 30 to 40. So that means, and also they were 18 cents. Okay, so you're gonna these things are gonna move by 15 cents every 50 cents for, you know, a little over. It was like 16, 17 cents. So my point is we could have received nearly, you know, 200 to 300% just from getting the trade from 13 up into and through 1350. So today, depending on, you know, how things play out, this trade has been taken from me. This was my top idea coming into the week. And it just so happens that there's news out with all the airlines and Boeing and all these other things. So I want to still look for a pullback. All right, so that's that. Let's go to the overall markets. So again, the reason for that trade was a multitude of things. I was seeing 13.25, 13.25. We get through it, we fail. We get through it, we fail. 13 held. All your sellers were sitting at 13. So if we could just get a pullback to hold at 13, I think if we were to get another shot up into this 13.45 and get through 13.25 up there at 13.50, this would have been a 200 to 300% trade from here to there. Okay? And that's not 14. You know, that's not getting to 14 either. That's not getting your full dollar. So that would have been a monster trade for us this week. And it's all good. So I'm going to look for a pullback here. I will be looking for a pullback on American Airlines. I am going to be watching this. Top end of our range is up there at $14. You get through 14. We have a little area gap fill up here at 14.50. But then I'd be looking for like 15.50. I'd look for this thing to just go ahead, fill to the upper end of this range here. All right. We'll see what happens today. They should bull flag. Boom. All right. All right. So the S&Ps, we're stuck in a range. I think we all know that. We have some earnings coming out. Last night I was watching 582.50 in accordance to futures contracts. Okay. And we are still rejecting 482.50. So that 482, write this down if you would like. 482.50. I'm going to show you guys right here. Hopefully I didn't mess it up.
Bitcoin is a chameleon. Its correlations change over time. It's hard to predict what it's going to be correlated with.
I want to see us sit in this range here. I'm going to see if we sit right in this range. 482.50 to 579. And especially if we can open up, like if we pull back to 580, I know it's a little hard for you guys to see here, but if we can pull back in the 580, I would like to look for a possible long. Okay, I do want to look for a long it down there in front of 580 to 579. Guys, I got short. This is a prime example of the market can stay whatever. You guys know the saying. Remember Friday how we talked about a pop, you know, right around the bell, looking for a pop, but a little bit before at it, let the market run up, get short the bounce. Guys, I got short here on Friday, or I didn't get short. Let me rephrase that. I grabbed some puts, and it was just like grab them. They were cheap for the day, and I was just like, this thing just kept ripping and ripping and ripping, and I'm like, I was just like, all right, enough is enough. Like, I'm willing to hold this all day, but I just can't sit here through this thing, just getting destroyed, right? I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna throw my money away, and I hope you wouldn't do it either. This is how winners stay winners, and this is how you become consistently when you have small trades, even your smallest of trades, right? I'm just like, man, I really think we can get a pullback to prior day's close at least, right? That was our target, and I just said forget it. Like the plan was to hold it all day. I couldn't hold it all day because this thing just went from 581 to 585, 584.50. I mean, that's a 4.5 point move. That's a big, and we were oversold as we did that. So anyway, it ended up actually coming back down. We got into those at like 20 some cents, and they ended up being like $1.40 because again, I think it was the 582s. You closed the day, you closed the day $2 in the money. You paid 20 cents for it. It's going to be worth $2. Think about that, right? So again, hit the like button, subscribe. That was Friday's loss for me. If you had the cojones to stay in that, and you were just like, hey, resistance is up here. I'm sticking with the plan. The plan is go small. This is a trade for all day. Things can happen. It may not sell off until 12. But either way, today's a new week. So the S&Ps, that's just what I'm going to look for, guys. Moves back down into the low side of the range. We have massive earnings coming out. Understand that. Oh, no. No. This daily chart and weekly chart. We're making new highs, and we do have a ton of divergence on the weekly chart. For anybody that hasn't noticed yet. All right, look at this divergence here. So understanding that as we're getting higher, that relative strength is just weakening. It'll probably right there. Look at that, guys. All right, and that's your weekly chart. It's also doing it on the. I don't know if you guys can see that or not. See, I can look onto the screen and see it. It's a lot better if I look at it through a monitor or a computer than me looking at it on my monitor. So, there's your divergence. All right. So we'll see what happens with earnings. All right. So that's the range we're going to look for today. And pullbacks to this 20-day moving average on the daily chart that should open up right around Friday's close, just underneath Friday's close. So that's our range. Moves down into the low 580s to high 577.50s. Look for it to be held up. You are putting in higher lows. Those are nice tails that are stepping in, and you have some nice volume with those tails too. All right, especially on Thursday. So you really have some buyers down here. We are starting to roll over. I think what's going to help us out here is the Qs. Like, I'm not forgetting the amount of buying pressure that we had Friday. We had a massive amount of buying pressure Friday. That lasted, and then it just, they just stepped away. And so, as you guys can see here, that is a mean tail on the Qs. We aren't too oversold or anything. You don't have much divergence there. You're getting ready to have a MACD cross on the weekly chart. So what I want to look for is a pullback hold here at 496 on the Qs. See what happens when you pull back into this 496 zone on the QQQ. And what we want to look for is what happens if we find support here and then we go right back into resistance. You know, I think you just got to play the range, guys, you know, because we're about to have that reason to break out. We don't necessarily have that reason right now. You know, again, though, today, if you cannot hold this zone, then I'm looking for 494. Okay, 494 is what I'd be looking for on QQQ. All right, and that's only if this 496 doesn't hold. All right, maybe you look for like a 496 to 497, like bounce back to pre-market lows, or just tries to get back up there. Then you look for that pullback, you know, back down into. See, you already tested that zone Friday, and then it recovered. So let's worry about 496 before we worry about 494. All right. And that's the QQQ. So let's go look and see real quick. We're going to get into DJT and a lot of others. All right. Let's look here. See, this is a nice flat top resistance. Right here on the QQQ. That's a really nice, that could be a really nice support zone there. All right. And now look, notice this pivot high here to the left. You got to be kidding me. You got to be kidding me. Notice this pivot high here to the upper left, how we tried to sit up there all morning, all night last night on futures, and now it's breaking. You know, I'd be looking for, oh, look. Nah, is that just once? What's going on here? Look, we're selling off. What time is it? It's 8:09. What just happened? Hold on. What just happened here? Okay, I thought that was the order. I'm like, I didn't hear nothing. Okay, I thought that was just a fill. All right. All right. So, anyway, back to what we were saying. 498 and this pivot high. If we hold here, then let's see if we can start to take this range a bit higher. And what I mean by that is, you know, our new range be from like 496 and then maybe, you know, here, let's do this. Let's make this a lot easier. Let's make life easier. See if our new range is going to be here, 496, back up to these pivot highs here, and kind of just, you know, see what happens up there. But I don't like the fact that we broke that previous pivot high here. Okay, that support zone, you were trying to make, or that resistance that we were trying to make support, you just broke it, and now it's going to start turning that into resistance. All right. All right. So what I'm going to do, or what we're going to do here is, let's see. I'm going to go in to see what sectors. You know, it's important to look at these because you want to know what sectors you want to be that you want to be long. You want to know, and you want to know as quickly as you can. Like coming into the morning. That's the first thing I want to do. Even starting the Monday out is understanding in conjunction. You guys know this that have been here before. Again, hit the like button, subscribe, stream donation, contribution link is in the description. Thank you for helping making this stream in this segment free for everyone. I want to see where in conjunction everything is to one another. So I know what I want to be long, or let's say if I have something long-minded, do I want it, and it's a tech name or it's a semiconductor. If the Qs are lagging, why then do I really want to try to hang on that trade? You know? All right, so let's get to it because I'm done BSing around here. That's pretty much the overall markets. I mean, the overall markets are the overall markets, and the more important thing, in my opinion, is to find the sector that you want to be um, long or short. See, we can see, and we've been talking about. Remember, the past 2 weeks now, we've talked about how the Qs have been our leader. We want to be long tech. That divergence has been happening. All right, so. So SPY, QQQ, IWM. All right, so we're pretty much tied up, and the Dow is the weakest link. The Dow is the weakest link. Okay. See this pivot high? The Dow is at the pivot high here. This is the IWM. The Dow's here. The SPY is here. The Qs are there as well with the SPY. Okay. So far, QQQ is still our leader. All right, let's go into the news. If you guys have stocks, also, by the way, if you guys have any stocks you guys want to talk about, look up, please throw them in the chat. Say hello. Don't be shy. Let's get the conversation started. And let's have a wonderful day and a wonderful week. All right, it's time to get busy. All right, let's look at Tesla. It's the first thing I want to. I'm gonna go to airlines and stuff, and I want to look at Tesla here. So we are hanging about 267.50, 267.50. I still feel like we need a pullback, you guys. All right, if this looks like this extension starts to get a bit weak, I mean, you do have a wedge forming here. All right, we do have a wedge forming on the 5-minute, 15-minute chart right there. That's your wedge. Boom. Look at that. So if Tesla starts to fade and the overall market starts to fade, then I'm going to look for a pullback. This is our first breakout of this pennant. So as long as we can get a pullback in the 262.73, 262.70, the low 70s, 263 to 262.75. Dude, I cannot see this thing for nothing, guys. All right, we are above prior day's high. I would use prior day's high and this. What's our previous high up here? We're through that. DJ, yes. It's been going crazy this morning. That is on the list. So here's the list. I'm going to give you guys the list right now. So NVIDIA, Airlines, PhD, DJT, McDonald's, Tesla. DJT for sure.
AMTM and Mintem awarded $49 million contract to modernize U.S. Navy's multi-engine training aircraft fleet. That's Alpha Michael Tango Michael, AMTM.
All right, the high 270. So 278 to see, this is such a, we have a gap up there.
OPTT, Ocean Power completed major milestones for
you know what?
Warfare Center Pacific.
I'm not going to fight the strength, but if we can pull back if we can pull Tesla back into, I'm just gonna call it for what it is. If you guys notice here on this 5-minute chart, look at this break, retest, fail to break, and we come in today with a gap up. And I really, honestly, would not consider this a pullback into this, or this a pullback into the flat top high from prior day's high. I mean, you know what? Technically, yes, you could call that a pullback into it. Absolutely. I take that back. But I want to see if we can retest 269 to 267.50 on Tesla, because I think we still have a move up to the high 278s. I need a pullback, and I'll go for it. All right, and I will go for it on Tesla. Especially if we hold up, I'll give it a few minutes on the pullback. All right, I'll give it a few minutes on the pullback, and I'll take that long if I see it holding its level. I wish I knew going into the week that they had that going on this weekend. I did watch a little bit of it yesterday. Just tuned into it to see if they said anything for the market today. But man, we are so extended, and that's okay. Oh, we did hear it. We did hear it. Sorry, guys. No, she's talking about a filibuster, this, that, the third, and this lady on here is talking about a and she's stuttering. She is not necessarily stuttering. She's like trying to think, because she knows as soon as she said that, the first thing that pops into my mind, that which tells you when they stutter, it probably popped into theirs, is that was a Ukraine bill. That wasn't a border bill. It was a Ukraine bill. All right, if you're gonna do a border bill or a Ukraine bill, you don't need to use the border as an excuse to borrow damn near 3 times the amount for something else. And yet you're trying to call it a border bill. If it was a border bill, it would have been the other way around, right? It would have been, what was it in total? I think it was 120 billion to Ukraine or something like that. And I forget how it was. 120 in total, and 80 of it went to Ukraine, but then the remaining went to the border and some other things. So why not do the 80 to the border and then the other one to Ukraine, or split it 50-50? I think that's what turned a lot of people off about that. They really think people are stupid. They really do. All right, so that's Tesla. All right, we're going to look for pullbacks into the, top side of this wedge, anywhere in that 260 zone, right? 262, 263, 261 to 260. This whole area, I'm actually just going to put a possible buy zone, especially if we can hold the right there. That's really where I'd like to be able to grab this Tesla position today, or start a position there. All right. Okay, so that's that. I just want to look at the time frames on here. So what tells us is if we can get this pullback, that this pivot high is going to hold, is the fact that we break out with huge volume. That tells us, we put the pieces together. That's a massive breakout on massive volume. Chances are the probability is now greater when we pull back that pullback is going to hold. If it doesn't, it doesn't. It's okay. 9 times out of 10, or 8 times out of 10, 7 to 8 times out of 10, You get a pullback with a breakout with an increase in volume like this, with, you know, 5 times 4 to 5, you know, double the volume of the previous, you know, high volume days. And you're just like, I'm looking at this, and to me, this is about 4 to 5 times the volume. Obviously, with earnings and stuff, doesn't matter. We still have it. Doesn't matter the reason. So that pullback, in my opinion, if I go long down here at the low 260s, I'll let it go until it breaks, you know, this back down. If it breaks below 258, below a little bit below 258 would be my stop here on this. I would like to look for a pullback. It already pulled back to 263, as we can see. So let's look for prior day's high. She's such a goofball. Holy shit. People don't face to surprise me each and every day. People don't want to look backwards. They want to look forward. I'm sure. They just want to look anywhere but what the hell's going on right now, lady. They doing whatever they can do. Because it's a hell of a lot better for them than what we got going on right now. They're massively getting hurt. Alright? Massively getting hurt. And it's not okay. It's not okay. Alright, so that's Tesla. Let's keep it moving and grooving. Alright? DJT. DJT, guys, I think it's just... I swear, man. Thinkorswim is something else. 42. I think you're coming up into it, guys. Again, what did we say? If you've been in this since anywhere from 10 to 20, and you got that up to 30, 35, if not 40, and you still haven't sold any, I'm not a buyer. I'm not buying on this extension. I'm just going to wait for the back half of this trade. You guys can continue to buy it. You just have to remember your expectations. You've caught the bulk of the trade. Your job is to not catch the whole trade. All right? I'd rather go from 10 to 30 than from 30 to 60. I'd rather get a 200% gain than a 100% gain. I'm sorry, 300% gain. All right? That's 3 times the money. And you're risking less money with a shorter stop loss, so your stop loss is less than it would be up there. I just think look for resistance up there, 45 to 50. For every $5 is what we have. You know, massive. Look at this massive volume that you do have up here at $46. There are some serious sell side orders stepping up at 46. You know, into that like that upper $40 zone. I don't think. You know, I'm not playing around with it. If you get up to 55, I will start to probably think about taking the position. Don't forget the volume that you had a few days ago where you had some insiders sell. Look at that volume. You still have not broke above that sell volume either. All right. So that's DJT. I just think, you know, here's what I would say. If we pull back to $40, then sure, we have room for a room from 40 to 45. And notice how these percentages are getting lower and lower each time that we move up. That's still a nice day at 12%. I mean, these up moves that we were getting before were 30, 18, easy 15, right? You know? So I wonder, actually. Boom, boom. That's a nice break. That's a nice pullback, break, and retest. Boom. Yeah, so pullbacks to $40. Pullbacks to $40, then we could look for DJT. See if it'll give us that extension. Or if we see it start to fail. Alright. That makes sense, right? $40. What's up, Ty? How you doing, bro? How was your weekend? You know what? Your level, guys, is probably here at 38. 38.20.
same inflation unleashed by Kamala Harris. And that's not a joke, but they got to live with it. Puerto Ricans today are living under the same terrible border.
38.50. I'm watching that right there, guys. I'm gonna put a dotted line there, and we've already made it support.
I'm not disagreeing with you on that point. I'm just saying, to the extent that you can speak to those people who are out there watching who say, you know what, I agree with the Trump policies, but I just can't abide by reading headlines like that.
In America today, and I know not to
Look, he's so funny. He's just coming up with reasons. It's so funny. It's so funny to hear him talk on the news stations. They're trying, but they can't come up with anything.
Are we going to look at the actual policies that matter in your life? No, because people who are you can't take it out. But you can't you raise headlines. You can't take it out. We have to decide as Americans.
All right. That's the game plan. I'm writing it down right now, guys. Sorry. DJT, pullbacks into 40. I do also want to bring up, don't forget, remember, end phase from last week. Don't UPS, McDonald's. There's still a lot of charts here. I don't want to waste my time on DJT. I do apologize. Like, I feel that's a little messed up, but, you know, unless we're up here or down here, you know, that's a nice breakout. What did we say? What did I say? 38 to 40. 38 to 40. Look for the move to 45. I think you're asking for trouble trying to buy up here unless you have the volume. If you don't have the volume to match it, I mean, you do. Like this morning, we have it. So let's see it. Let's see what happens. I'll keep my eyes on it. I just need a pullback. That's all. We have nice volume. Look at that market. Look at that pre-market volume, guys. That's nearly, that's, a 250,000 shares consistently being traded here on a 5-minute chart. So that's a nice, all right, let's keep it moving. So we have McDonald's, airlines, Enphase, Tesla. We already talked about Tesla. Just give me one. Oh, here she goes. Sexist, misogyny. Blah, blah, blah. She just got to get those little keywords in. He said, you know that's not true. You should be ashamed of yourself. They just gotta get those last little words in. It's a shame. Because it's so crazy, man. It's so sad what we're at right now. Alright. So I will say Ford is making some headline today. Alright, they have earnings later on. Keep an eye on Ford. They have they have earnings tomorrow. Alright, so let's go look at what we have here. I'm sorry, I got to keep the stream on. I got to keep us on track here. And asking me to do that bright early in the morning is kind of hard. So 5-year and 6-month bill auction. 5-year note, 6-month and 3-month bills later on today. 2-year note auction at 11:30. That's going to be interesting. Dallas Fed Manufacturing at 10:30. Keep an eye on this Treasury refunding estimates here, guys, at 3 o'clock. This is definitely going to move the markets. I would expect. I mean, these are only estimates, but there's a lot of data this week. So that's just, I'm worried about today. And then earnings, we have Phillips. We talked about PHG, which we're going to get into. They're pretty much talking about, they've guided lower. SoFi, Ford is after the close today. That's right. And then Waste Management, blah, 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 blah. So I have this up from last week because it's important to not forget about these names. Tesla, UPS, Southwest, NASDAQ. I think I want to... I wish I owned the NASDAQ. I don't know how I don't own it yet. Texas Instruments. Don't forget, they had decent earnings. We can go look at it right now. So why I bring this up is because as we start having a few days go by since that some of these companies report, people forget about them. And that's when you get institutional money managers and market movers to really start moving that thing. And people have other shiny objects that they look forward to. Did anybody take this trade? This was one of our trade ideas. All right. This was one of our trade ideas here on Texas Instruments. All right. We were holding 200. We look for that 200 long back to 205. You got above it with nice volume, and this thing is just on a roll. So if the Qs are going to continue, Texas Instrument could be another opportunity there. Yes, exactly, B-Rad. Let me know when it does. I'm going to hop on there with you, and I'm going to buy you a ticket. All right? I'm going to buy you a ticket as well. I already have it up, which I'm going to... Let me go back here. DJT down here at the bottom. Yeah, this thing is just getting... This would be a nice move, though, guys. If we can pull back into that, like, $40, low 40, high 30. You made 30... we made 38 support. Let's look to see if we can pull back into, like, 40 flat. And I feel... Look, it feels like that extension there is just kind of, like, falling out. The volume is still good, though, on the buy side, the last we looked. And I think the real resistance is up here. So I could definitely start to see a move, whether it's off 35 in the 200 day, which could be, it could be that the breakout that could really start to happen could be for, you know, a day or two before the election. That's the bigger event. So 40s and the 200 day moving average is what I have on watch for that. All right, we'll see if we can get picked back up on the bus. Let's see here. You guys are going to hear my cat. Give me 1 second. All right, so need to go into my trade ideas here. Let's go look at UPS and McDonald's. They reported last week. UPS has been holding. All right, UPS has been holding. This did not fare too well, and that's okay. I never had the chance to take the trade. I just was letting it pull back. I wanted to see if we could hold that 200-day moving average. So what I'm going to look for now on UPS is if we get a bounce back. Happy baby. Yes, I am too. I'm not hoping. I'm going to make it a good week. Let's see. Sour News Coney Till making some bad jokes at Trump is in the headlines today. Yeah, I watched a little bit of it yesterday. I don't watch it too much, you know, but yesterday it was just on everywhere. So I just kind of had it on, and I think everybody turned out for it. I didn't know it was going to be that big for a Sunday night, you know. I mean, it is Madison Square Garden, so I just, you know, I think the views on that'll do pretty good. You couldn't pop up YouTube or Twitter or X without seeing it. All right, so UPS, Friday we rejected the 200 day. You can see we opened up at like 138. Okay, we bounced into the 200 day. It did reject. So the question is, you have this mild support level down here at 135. Okay, the question is, we have a double top high, massive support level here, sweetie. I know, baby. I know. I'm going to have to give her some Benadryl. I'm going to be taking my girl to the vet tomorrow. You can't be sitting in the window with the dry air open. Or the window open. She wants to sit in the window and watch the birds and stuff, but the air's dry, so, and she's just drying out her skin. Alright, so my question here for UPS is this range down here at 135. Alright, and this double top high. And I want to see if we could start to hold 135, 136, this previous high. I'm actually going to move this up here at 136 on UPS. See, this is the range. This is the real range, which is crazy. It's a freaking $2 area. The range would be like, that I would consider a possible support. I mean, the thing is that you would be breaking the highs after that, so I need the highs to hold.
Ticker CZWI.
Right? That area. But the thing is, if we break 136, 135, then I'm just going to say that that trade's over. I don't want to waste my time on this too much, but I just feel like, you know, I just feel like there could be a nice pullback, like a 136 to 140 long, back to the 200-day. Or guys, you know what? I might stop fighting the trend here and look to see if we get another shot up there in front of 140. Just get short down into the low 130s. That feels like what's going to come. Or 140, take your profits off in front of 136. Take them at like 137 to 136.50. And then see if we can break this previous top and then look for this zone down here at the low 130s, 133 to 132. All right, that's off of this area here. So that would be our trade up here to there. Our risk would be, that's pretty much our risk if we can get the entry back up into 140.
Alpha entered into sponsored preclinical research agreement with the University of Cincinnati
Oh, I feel so bad.
to study certepetide for treatment of endometriosis, ticker LTSA.
Yeah. All right, McDonald's, and then we're gonna go to airlines real quick. I know I gave you guys some of the airline trades already. All right, McDonald's is bouncing. What a massive sell-off. We should have been on this, guys. We should have been on this. You guys, we got short up here at 301, 301.50. All right, the day after their earnings last week. All right, it was like Wednesday. All right, our trade idea was only to pull it back again into 298. All right, and then this one candle just fell out of bed. So I was briefly looking at McDonald's, and you could see the whole time, bang, could not get through, bang, could not get through, bang, could not get through, and then it's like it's only a matter of time before it gets back to 295 to 295, 293.50. And guess what? That thing just sold off all day. I don't know how we missed it as a group. All right. How do I stress this? Like, you know, we are all only one person. We can only see so many things here. But if we can work together as a group, say, hey, man, we got massive volume to the sell side. We're up at that resistance zone. Guys, check out McDonald's. Check out Boeing. This is what I'm thinking. I know, sweetie. You know, that's how we work together as a group and really take advantage of these moves. But we got to find them first. And I'm really upset that I didn't get that. I know, sweetie. You're fine. I'm going to leave you alone. I know it's not your fault. So, McDonald's, look for bounces back into 299. See what we do up there at 299. If anybody wants to take it on a pullback to see if we can break through that. That's a pretty deep volume. That's what I meant, man. It was like, listen, people lost their lives. You killed a few people. Like, there's, you know what I'm saying? This isn't just going to go back, I don't think. I think it's going to be a little bit. So what I'm looking for is to see if we can get a bounce into the 50-day. 50-day moving average is right here. Let me see this really quickly. I want to hurry up. I do apologize. I know, babe. I know, baby. I know. I'm gonna go give you some Benadryl real quick. I gotta give her some Benadryl real quick. Gotta get her some type of relief real quick. I keep letting her go in the window, and the air is so dry, and because she wants to be outside, you know. It's not letting her outside, but and she just keeps digging herself a hole. And I'm referring to my cat for anybody that's new here. You guys know she likes to sit in the window and stuff in the morning. Alright, so let's see here. So we are already moving. We're at 297.50. 297.50. Okay, so we're coming up into the 50-day. We are going to open up right around that 50-day moving average. Alright, so it looks like we're looking for a move back to 295. Yep, see? We're right there, right as we speak. We already bounced off 295. So we'll keep McDonald's on watch, all right? If we get above it and hold it, then I got to be honest with you guys. Institutions are going to hold this thing up, and then you're going to look for a move back to 302, okay? Can you guys give me 5 minutes? I'm going to put on CNBC. I'm going to put on CNBC real quick, and I'm going to go give her some Benadryl. I do apologize, but I got to give her something. All right, I will be right back. I'm going to fill up my coffee. Give me 5 minutes.
Distribution.
5 minutes. Right now, I'm in New York, but I live in Florida. So, just give
look.
Give me 5 minutes, guys. I'll be right back.
DOJ. I mean, obviously, J.D. Vance on the campaign trail has said relatively nice things about, Lena Khan and in terms of current people in the administration. But whether J.D. Vance's views matter as the vice president relative to what Trump wants or who Trump wants to be head of the DOJ and the FTC, I think at the end of the day, the VP doesn't matter that much. And so Trump hasn't opined at all on any of these topics. And so I honestly don't know. Obviously, it sounds like he'll be more pro-consolidation. But again, he hasn't really liked a lot of the tech companies. He's made some negative comments about Google, and obviously he's made very negative comments about Meta. He doesn't really like news companies like yours, Andrew. So, whether he will allow any form of consolidation in the sector, I think is a big if.
All right. Talk about stocks you like Reddit.
We do. I think you can't turn on CNBC in the last several months, probably the last 12 months, right? And not hear about the AI wave and how much AI is transforming every industry in the world and the competitive arms race among all of the LLMs, whether it's, you're looking at Google, you're looking at OpenAI. I mean, this is an all-out arms race among multiple companies. Who's the clear winner? We think Reddit's a clear winner. Their data's becoming more valuable. Having actual real information, not AI information, but real information to train models on, to actually ferret information up within search, all forms of search as search transforms. We just see Reddit getting more and more valuable. And Reddit, unlike a lot of the other tech companies that I cover and look at, is at a much earlier stage. They really only became an ad business a few years ago. So they're at that $1 billion mark, sort of scaling the sweet part of that hockey stick curve over the next couple of years. How big it gets in 5, 6, 7 years to be determined. But I think the next 12 to 18 months, we got really excited about this stock a few months ago. It's had a great run, but I think there's still a lot left as it becomes more and more important.
Rich, in terms of the other media companies and the implications from what you saw of Netflix's report, I'm curious sort of how you see the cable unbundle taking place. I think there's bigger questions about where the bottom of the unbundling really is. Does it slow? Does it not? What do you think?
Well, look, I just heard the head of your company, Brian Roberts, spoke a few weeks ago. And he clearly has a view that Peacock is doing really well. Despite the losses, he is, really very confident in Peacock's future. You've got David Ellison taking over Paramount Plus. I don't think, he just hired Cindy Holland, who was one of the top executives at Netflix. There's no sign that Paramount Plus is calling it a day and giving up. And I think the reason the Ellison family wants Paramount is they want to build a massive streaming service, and hiring Cindy Holland is a pretty clear signal that they're playing. They're not just, saying, hey, we're going to merge this in with somebody else and give up. They're going to be aggressive. Where I'm going with this, Andrew, is it doesn't appear like anybody's giving up. Despite all the losses, despite all the challenges, everybody is still gunning streaming. And that makes for a pretty tough road ahead for linear TV. Cord cutting clearly getting worse. ESPN is set to go direct to consumer in September 2025. And so while streaming is certainly the future, the question that I think investors are really going to be focused on this quarter is just how bad is linear broadcast and cable television? Right. How fast can they cut cost?
Well, so what's your base case? When people say, there's 60, 65 million families or homes with cable these days, or classic legacy cable. What does that number look like to you in 12 months, 24 months, 5 years? What's your number?
Well, you're losing, you're declining at, high single digits. So, let's just say if you were at 68 million, are you losing, 6+ million a year? I think that's sort of a reasonable base case. But again, Andrew, the hard part about making these forecasts is the content is getting better on streaming. You have all the streaming services up on the screen right now. All of those is where all the great content is. There's not, name a program outside of sports that you're like excited about watching on linear TV. And so,
right here, baby, you're on it, my friend.
But you're saying it's a
but
self-fulfilling prophecy, Rich, is what you're saying.
that's what I'm saying. You're making it happen. Like, you're literally destroying the golden goose, the cash cow of this industry, because you have to get into streaming. You feel that pressure. You want to be there, but you're making it worse. And so when you ask what's the bottom, I used to say the bottom was 40 to 45 million. But it's essentially everything is available direct to consumer, from ESPN to CNN. Like, there is nothing you can't get. The only company you can't get direct to consumer are Fox Sports, Fox News, the Fox Network. Every single thing else is available direct to consumer, and it's only getting worse. And so I think the bottom could actually be lower over time, just because everything you want to see you can get without paying for this $100 plus a month bundle.
I don't think the goose itself is golden. I think it's a goose, but it lays golden eggs. You know what I'm saying? You called it the golden goose. I don't think the goose itself is golden. Just to be clear, it's the goose that lays the golden egg. Do you think the goose itself is golden and it lays? It's possible, but I don't. That's not the expression. It's not the golden goose that lays the golden eggs. Okay, Rich?
I agree, Joe.
You do?
Thank you for the correction.
Okay, you're welcome.
What are you watching
Nice
on
to see you.
Netflix, Joe?
Thank you, sir. May I have another?
I'm trying to watch. I'm trying to watch that horrible Perfect Couple, and I think they wrote it.
I'm four episodes in.
I think they wrote it in an afternoon, and it's so campy and silly and ridiculous. But I'm still watching it. Didn't you have the same opinion, sorta?
I liked it a little bit more than that.
You did.
Yeah.
Liked it better than a sharp stick in the eye?
Watch something, Rich. Gotta watch something. Too.
That's good.
Yeah, pretty
Thanks,
good.
Rich. We'll see you later. When we come back, sources say China targeted the cell phones of former President Trump and affiliates of Kamala Harris's campaign. After a break, we will ask former White House Chief Information Officer Teresa Payton about the possible mechanics of this and the fallout. Stay tuned. You're watching Squawk Box, and this is CNBC.
All right, we're back, guys. Sorry about that. I do apologize. I want to thank you for giving me the little bit of time that I needed there. She was really irritable there. I could tell. Yesterday I gave her some Zyrtec. It calmed her down. The vet said I can give that to her. All right, we got no time, but so tomorrow, who reports earnings? Because again, tomorrow I'm going to be taking her to the vet. Tomorrow. So AMD and Alphabet after the close. I will more than likely be able to go over these earnings reports tomorrow because they close at like 7:30, and I probably won't take her till like 5:30, 5 o'clock, or leave around 5 o'clock. We'll see. But let's see here. All right, so Tesla's pulling back. We're watching prior day's high. Even a pullback into Thursday's high to Friday's low. All right, we already pulled back to the wedge. And we're looking for a move to the top end of 280. 278. Let's see here. See, we still have not hit that prior high. We have not pulled back to here. We kind of did. All right, so that's actually the zone we're looking for a pullback. And if we bounce higher,
You're spot on there. China, North Korea, Iran, Russia, and other kind of the next tier of nation-state players are definitely targeting all different parts of critical infrastructure.
okay, so look, guys, we are getting up there where we're getting to be a bit exhausted.
But in this particular
At 269,
that the spying isn't just
270.
trying to create misinformation, disinformation campaigns. It could
How do I?
be trying to look at who's going to be more favorable or less favorable in different types of economic and trade policies. Both campaigns have been very vocal about what their trade policies would be with different countries, but they might want to get.
All right, I don't want to sit here and waste my time on.
Which products, which verticals, what are the targets going to look like? What do tariffs look like? So it could be that the spying isn't just about doing different types of political espionage.
I think that's it. I think we're going to be looking to hold this 270 zone because it's already above it as we speak. I know you guys can't see it, but look, 270.69 going into 271. Yeah, looking for a move into 278 to 280. All right. What do you think about GME? Chart looks good. Yeah, let's look at it. It started to break out Friday. It had a nice little breakout zone. It looks okay. What I would do is say, all right, you guys can see right here, just on a 5-minute chart, look at that 21 level. So either you're thinking about a 2070, I'm sorry, a 2080 long to break above and go back to 2120. What I would do is I'd be looking to see what happens up here at this flat top resistance, and I would like to get up above it and hold it, and then I would look for a long. Then I'd be looking for the long. Let's go here. Let me pull this over. I hate when I have this happen because
criminals read the news just like we do, and they could use that for social engineering campaigns. So be very extra cautious about clicking on links and responding to.
I mean, $22 would be the target.
Even from X recently saying, click this link to verify it's really you before we shut your account off. I haven't listened to it and I haven't shut my account off. So my guess is there's a lot of these things that are out there. Teresa, thank you.
You know, it kind of has like this little double bottom, kind of what natural gas did when we went long. I would look at the daily chart to see if you have any divergence, and it doesn't seem like you do. Like that tail there was just ugly on Friday. You know, that move on Friday, I was looking for like an actual hold and maybe to start something, and you seen it here try to hold 21. So, and you know, we couldn't hold it. We rejected it again this morning. The bullish news is you're right back, headed right back to that rejection zone up there at 21. So I would look for that to hold, and if you do, you know, then we're looking for a move back to $22. I'll keep it on my list. I'm going to go back over some of these other names really quickly. I don't think GameStop looks good in my opinion until you hold and can close above $20.98, $21. We got to start holding 21. Now I don't know if you're talking about being short or long or what, but you know, you could just play the range. You're just you're hitting 2050 and going back to 21 to 2050, 2050, 21, and one of them's got to give. You would think would have to give. Man, that would be an awesome short. GameStop does not want to sell off to $20. It just doesn't want to do it. And when it does do it, it's like nobody's looking. You know, I'd be down for a 21 short. But I don't know. I honestly, I think this thing needs to, I think it needs a little more price action. I think it needs a little more price action. I don't think that chart is really anything to scream over. I think it needs a little more time to try and then they get back to 40. Just because of that, you're probably right. I'll look at the contracts later today and see what they are. Maybe we could put just something on just in case. You know, if it's cost effective, if you can, you know, if we're talking about, you know, spending a couple dollars to make, you know, to turn those, you know, $1 to $2 into 10, I like that idea. I like that idea. You know, I think this thing though needs a little more time. You do have the 200-day coming up here, holding the support zone. This is a major level here on this daily chart. You know what? Two things for me to get long. Either we go back to the 200-day and we start holding this 1975-20 level, and that's where I'd be long at. I'd have to look to be long down here. I just feel like, look at that tail from Friday. It just, and then here's the thing, on the upside, you don't have like a breakaway to the upside as you do the downside. Look, as soon as you start going higher, bang, 9 EMA, bang, 20, bang, 50. You got to get through 3 daily moving averages before you start getting up into a gap. And then as soon as you get above that 50, you're heading right back into a resistance zone. So it's like, not only do you have resistance, but you have 1, 2, 3 major moving averages that you're contending with every 25 cents. But today, if we reject, we have nothing in our way outside of this little support zone here, right, at 2050, to say, hey, if we end up going up here and open up here and we reject either that trade line or $21, we really don't have anything in our way past 2050, 2048 to take us to 29. Not 29, I'm sorry, 19. And the 200-day moving average. You can see the 200-day coming out. We had this nice tail. Look at the volume. Right? Look at the volume coming in. There was some. So I'd be looking for that. I feel like that move is the move that pays. Sure, would a 20 to 40 move pay? Absolutely, but that's going to take a while. It's going to take a while. I just feel like there's nothing here stopping you past 2050. And if we break 2050, watch out. Watch out. And you know what? That is a 5% move in the stock. And from the trade line and 21 zone, that's 6% in the stock itself. So I would like the long down here. And you know what this would also give us? This could give us a new low on the daily chart, but then put in a higher low on the RSI, right? And that would be an awesome setup. Like, look, if we could put in a new low, which we're trying to do, from here, at this pivot low here, all right, at, what is this? We'll call it 10.9, okay? And if we can just, like, even if we just hang out at it, see, we are right at it. We're right above it right now. It all depends. See, this is why I'm trying to put the pieces together, but it's just hard because what I'm really looking at is this low here, you know, and you know, the MACD is like literally just trying to go positive, but it just doesn't want to. It just cannot go positive at all. You know, and now it's looking like, okay, we might hit this downtrend, so be careful. You know, if you're going long, you're going long. Good luck. You know, I'm gonna pray for you. I'm gonna hope you, you know, hope everything. I hope everything works out. You know, just give yourself time and take your money as you get paid. Weekly chart is, look, and the weekly MACD is just getting ready to start to get past the 0 line and start to go negative. But, you know, this is what makes a market. You have a person that wants to do one thing and someone else that sees another. So for me to be long, though, I think I need it down here at 20. Because why? Look, this is where our volume is, by the way. These are where buyers are. Unless we start to see buyers stepping up, we're not. Like, we need to see 3 to 3.5 million shares on an hourly chart up at 20 to 21, 21.50 to 21. We need, you know, 2 to 2.5 million shares to show us, hey, buyers are stepping up off of that 1950. Right? 1950, they stepped up and they all started jumping up to 2050, 21. With volume, right? That's sellers stepping up. Right now, we have an increase in volume to the sell side. So sellers are stepping down. Don't fight it. But trade your own trade. All right, let's keep it going. Let's keep it moving. I'm going to look at AAL real quick. I'm going to look at some of these airlines. I need to get some trades together. I'm here yapping. I've been using that word lately. You yapping too much. That kind of refers to a, God, this sucks, guys. This was my top trade idea coming into the week. I was really hoping that we came in today and we would be like not above 13.25. Not above 13.25, and that maybe we could get like just a pullback into the low 13 zone. But this thing is taking off. And the reason I say that is because we had a delta of 33, I think it was, and then like the gamma was like 44 on the 1350s, and these were closed at 17, 18 cents. They would have still been around there depending on where we opened up. They would have probably have been cheaper, you know, because you've expired 2 days worth of time. You're still here, but look, it's back above. I literally, you guys know what I did? I went over this with a family member because they were wondering, like, you know, they asked, right? They were like, you know, how much do you make? And I'm like, it all depends, right? It depends on the setup that we see, the conviction, right? It depends on what type of trade and the type of follow through that you get. So what I was doing was some math, and I used American Airlines as an example to show them, you know, some of the reasons why people fail outside of not being able to read a chart, not being able to understand the sentiment or the data, this, that, and the third, but understanding that if I'm paying 18 cents and I have a delta at the time was 33, we called it 30, said we paid 20 for it. If we get long at $13 and we pay, we'll just say 20 cents and the delta is 30, okay, I know just a move, I can cut that in half. Even if I can just get the move to 13.50, that delta is going to not only change by 15 cents, okay, which is damn near, you know, through 75%, okay, just of what I paid, but the gamma was 40, which would have ignited that 15 to right, it would have went 20 cents because we're cutting it in half. Because we're looking for the first take profit on where we are. How much are we going to make? And I'm like, man, you know, we waste 2 days worth of weekend, right? These things could be, you know, they could be 12 to 13, maybe 14 cents, right? We got we have a 30 delta, but I'm looking for 13.50, guys. Like just that breakout of through 13.25. Like my first take profit, I know where I'm taking my money. Like I'm not gonna depend on the 14. I'm gonna say, all right, if we can break out and if I can just get halfway to my target, the majority of the money off, I know what I have. With a gamma of 20 and a delta of 15, bro, these things were we were looking at a 200 to 300% gain just going from like the low 13s to 13.50, guys. And that's why this trade was the top of my watch list. And explaining to them, just using your delta, and I can add in my gamma with it, you know, which is going to change the rate of the delta, is what your gamma is for. If you have a gamma of 40 and you have a delta of 20, that delta is going to move by 40 cents, you know, per, you know, it's pretty much the delta of the delta. You could look at it that way. I know it may not make sense to people, but like if you want to know, if you say you have a 30 delta and you know you're going to make 30 cents for every dollar, but that gamma is also 30 cents, that's going to go from 30 to 60 every dollar. Plain and simple. You can also use that to manage risk. So I was also showing them, kind of telling them, hey, if I have a 30-cent delta, I'm going to say, you know what? I'm going to add a little bit to that delta because of the gamma. And here's my stop loss is about, you know, we'll say 20 cents away. If I got a 20-cent delta, I'm risking 20 cents. I'll add on another nickel or a dime. I'm going to risk 30 cents, okay, to make, you know, anywhere. I'm going to risk 30 cents to make $1 to $1.50. You know what I'm saying? So, but what do you... Sorry. Oh, okay. Sorry about that. So, but that was anyway. This was the top of my watch list this weekend, and it's taken off. So they've got this trade taken already. What I will look is for pullbacks. Okay, I will look for some pullbacks here on American Airlines. All right. Let's see here. Let's see. Give me 1 second. So Boeing did an offering this week. All right, so let me do this. Let me save this really quickly. So we have Tesla. We have some of our airlines. Where is CrowdStrike? So CrowdStrike is still sitting at 300. Look at this daily chart here. So we have this level here at 300. All right, we have a level here at 300, which are holding the 20-day moving average. And I am actually curious to see whether or not if we break this zone here or this level on CrowdStrike. I am curious to see if we break it. There is news that Delta Airlines is going to go after them. 279. You have a bounce, pullback, rip, dude. Yeah, I think we got to look for a move to 280. If this starts to break down, guys, we may be early to this, but we could look for a move back to... That's if we break that level. You got to break that level, though. We're looking for a move back to 275. I was gonna say 280. Why was I gonna say 280? Hold up. Yeah, right there. Support. Resistance. Damn, it's looking like 270.
But the question now is whether they will actually be able to, or they're going to have to go into the open market. Hence, you may even see perhaps a bit of a surge. This may be a reflection of the expectation that those who are short are going to have to go into the open market.
All right, if we break, guys, and the market does pull back, I want to watch CrowdStrike. Okay, these are profit targets here. I mean, this chart is just...
Square Garden over the weekend. We'll get more on that event, including what Elon Musk told the crowd. Tons of news on the airlines. We'll get to Delta, McDonald's, Hood, on. We'll let Jim gloat about the Eagles when we come back.
You know, we have Robin Hood here. God damn it. Come on, bro. Fucking save for me, please. Oh, that's why. Sorry. Damn it. Pullbacks. Pullback, hold long. DJT. That's if we get the pullback. Or, you know, unless you're still up here. Looking for pullbacks in the $38, $40. Right into that zone. See if it holds. I mean, right now, I would look, you know, if you get a bounce, then I'd be looking for that, you know. See, you're above 39.85 and 40. All right, we already kind of talked about this, but if you hold 40, you hold 39.50, then you look for a move back to $45, 44.50, 45, and then, or you look for a move to 50, you know, or a move to 50. But I would first watch this little area up here, and just look for a pullback into 40. See what we do. See if 40 holds or not. That's what I do, or be looking for. Hold up. Let me do this really quickly because I want to save. Gotta save my chart real quick. I hate this. I hate that. I keep.
Earnings season on CNBC takes you inside the numbers. What are the earnings trajectory telling you though right now? Smart analysis, crucial strategies.
Great to get your first reaction to this print we got from NVIDIA.
And when the CEOs have a big announcement, they come here first. What's your take on not just the quarter, but how things look from here? Helping you make the right moves.
This has been a key number the street was watching. A wild hour of earnings.
Earnings season. Special coverage all this month on CNBC. In a crisis, your number one need is food. FEMA warns every
All right. Fuck. So this is why I get so upset with Thinkorswim. So if you guys notice how when you go up here to type, see how it works then? Notice later on today, you'll hear me click and it'll turn it blue and everything, but it won't type. You can't lock in your RSI, MACD, or the indicators that you have at the bottom, which is also frustrating as all hell when you accidentally click also auto zoom, because auto range is right there and it freaking just messes your whole chart up. This is why I get so upset, and you can tell that Thinkorswim was made in the early days. I love this chart software. I just think it's 2024. Can we make the small improvements that we need to make Thinkorswim great again? Okay, move the auto range down below chart scale manual. Okay, because that way you would have to go here and go over instead of accidentally clicking auto range, and then your volume and MACD and RSI gets all jacked up. So it's like, or be able to pin it to where you want it. And I don't know if I've looked yet to see if there is, but I'm pretty sure there isn't. All right. I don't think that there is or isn't. Okay, so Delta Airlines, there's news with Delta this morning. Where we have 50, 55. Okay, so we're still up here. So we can see on Delta Airlines there is a little bit of resistance up here at 55. All right, and then we have this previous high here at 53. So it's like, you know what? I'm going to move this down to there. So if we cannot get through 55, which we are kind of through it, I do want to see if Delta has a trade here. Either we're going to see, we're going to pull back, which we're doing now on Delta. See if we're going to hold it and then take a move back into 56, these prior highs up here. Oh, that's a 4-hour. What the hell am I doing?
Trump yesterday in the rally reiterating his tax cuts on Social Security, wages, or not allowed, paying taxes on that, tips, car loans. He added another one on dependent care. It was unclear to me.
Well, on Rogan, he talked about no income tax whatsoever.
Yeah,
Replacing it entirely with renters.
What also is interesting is Musk's $2 trillion number. When you look at the U.S. budget as it currently is constructed, roughly 65% goes to so-called
Oh my God.
which is our Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid.
Sorry, guys. Give me one.
So
Sorry, guys.
trillion number, let's call
What is it going to happen? Typically, I think it would drop, but this thing has some big momentum, so it could go to 50 this morning. It could. I would let it show you that. Sorry about that, Brandon. I didn't see. I was trying to get some of this stuff situated here. I would watch and see the type of volume in the morning. You know, I would give it a few minutes and let the market shows you what the market thinks about it. That's what I would do. I wouldn't try to assume. Let the market show you and follow the price action. You know what I mean? Like, you are holding this. Now, since you're holding 41, we've been sitting here all morning. It was support. They tried to become resistance. It got back above it. Now it's holding $42, $41.99, $42. So now we want to look. Hey, boom. Do we start going? Do shorts start to try to take whatever positions they got into this morning? Right? Do they start to take this little position off as it climbs, and does that feed upon itself? Okay, that's what we want to see. You know, obviously, volume, extension, boom, limit up. You know, or start bidding it up. Watch your time and sales at level 2. All right, you got to have your time and sales and level 2 up. Really, the time and sales at least, so you can kind of get an idea of who's in control and by how much. And if you want to start seeing this thing start to extend, because now you should start to an extend. And if you don't, and it kind of just doesn't, then that's going to give the buyers no reason to buy. Hit the like button, subscribe, and then we would see this thing fail. That's a hold. Tried to break out, could not do it, and we're looking for that pullback. Okay, or we get the volume and we start climbing higher now. Hit the like button, subscribe. Again, guys, donations. Look, just like we said here, understanding the insights too of what you want to see instead of like predicting. Not saying that that's what you guys are doing, but you see what's going on here? We could not extend off of that level as we should have. Either this is going to be a little shake and bake, and then it's going to climb and hold, or this is it. They're going to give it up, and buyers are not going to have a reason to buy because they just had the ultimate reason to buy here. Held support, failed, resistance, you reclaim it, bang, bang, bang. Okay, here's our wedge. It's time to go. Okay, it's time to go. And then when it's time to go and we don't go, shit, I'm done. I'm not being a buyer no more. Shit, you just gave me all the reason not to be a buyer. All right, now shorts could start stepping in. If they start stepping in here and it does hold, this is the shake and bake part. Give it a second. It's going to show us what it wants. Hit the like button, subscribe. Again, stream donations. Donation contributions go to the stream. You guys can help us take it, take this thing where we want to be able to take it and help continue to make it free for everybody. And thank you guys for all the new subscribers and hitting the like button. Thank you guys for all the support. All right. Fucking damn it. It's just always something. All right. Delta Airlines, I'm looking for a pullback to 55 or so to see if we can hold. Maybe look for like a pullback, 55 hold. Okay. Prior day's high. If we can hold 55, look for a move to 56.30. But we want the market behind our back. Get the SPY, the Qs. Okay. The Dow. If the Dow keeps, okay. So the Dow has rebounded. All right. Let's go with the flow of the market this week. If the markets are holding support and climbing higher, we're doing the same thing. All right. We're going to identify the stronger sectors. Okay, which is the Qs. That, in my opinion, okay, this is the divergence we've been watching, and that is, the Dow or the Qs have been our leader, and the Dow was our laggard last week, and that can change at any minute, but All right, so DIA, not DJT, but DIA, four pullbacks in the 423. We could look for a long here on the Dow, a move back to 425, 426. Let's see if we start to recover a bit here. This was a huge pullback, a breakout pullback, and let's see, do we start getting like, I want to see 423 to 424. I want to see a lot of volume on the Dow. Okay, and if we get that, and we don't have so much volume there on the Qs, then I know I'm going to want to look at, you know, Goldman Sachs, Intel, especially with tech going. I'm going to combine the two. All right, if semiconductors and NVIDIA are doing well and the Dow's doing well, give me Intel. That's a semiconductor name in the Dow sector. Okay, double it up. All right, Snowflake. Let me look at Snowflake real quick. There's so much. Snowflake's got some room too. Okay, so Snowflake pullbacks in the 116. I don't know if we're going to get it because I think that's a pullback to prior day's high right there. We just held prior day's high and we're going to probably start climbing. Say, prior day's high right there. You just kind of like got up there, hit it, and now you're extending. And our resistance is up there at 120. 120 is the resistance zone. I'm not going to be holding anything overnight because of the earnings that we do have. All right. I mean, everybody and their mother's reporting. Look at DAL right now pulling back. Snowflake. So Delta Airlines pulling back to 55. If 55 does not hold, we'll look for that rejection there and look for a move back to prior day's low. Prior day's close down at 54. You have a minor level at 54.50, but I think this is the range. 55 to 54. I think 454 would only be like a break, retest. It pulls back to put in, you know, that to hit that first low that it breaks. You'll have a relief bounce off of that level. And I think that that's all that level is going to be saying, and you'll use it to hit that low there that you put in, which would probably be up here at 54.80 or so. And then you look for the extension. It might take a day or two, but bang, right there at $54, $54.20. That's the target I'm looking for if we break. Right now, I'm still long-minded. All right, I'm still long-minded on it. I'm actually kind of long-minded the entire market. We had a ton of buying that stepped in Friday, if you guys remember. Is that it? Is that what it's doing? Nope, look, that was a shake and bake. This is what we wanted to see. There we go. You got to get through this level, though. You got to get through this level, guys. It's got to bust through that 42.50. So, it may go, but you're still not clear. You're still not in the clear. Look at time and sales. Watch your time and sales, and it'll tell you. Or you'll get some insight as to the size of the orders that are getting filled and the consistency in which, know who to trust. Are you to trust the buyers or the sellers? So, yeah, CrowdStrike, I didn't go through that. It's all right. I'm going to build my watch list today. We have a little bit on watch. He never stole any right from... Oh my God, these people are so stupid. And that's exactly... It's so funny to hear him say he got rid of an abortion ban. He didn't do an abortion ban. And he said... And then these ladies are saying, get the government out of my business. Well, guess what? That's exactly what they did. Yes, it should be the states. They should be able to do it and offer it in the states worldwide. It shouldn't have to be federally mandated. It's just crazy, that whole situation. And it's not like these doctors or insurers are going to let anybody, any woman, you know, practically lose their life off of a miscarriage. Even in some of the worst states that may try to do that, they don't do that. That is inhumane, and that in and of itself is negligence, which in and of itself is a bigger crime than, you know, not treating something versus, well, we're going to get in trouble for treating something. No. Your job is to take care of the patient. So, like, everybody can, don't read the rhetoric. Okay? Sure. Should there be help from the states? Yes. It should be federally mandated that, you know, the states do it. But, you know, it's just my opinion. They did what they did. You can't disagree with them. You know, if you want the government out of your business, that's exactly what they did. You know, it's none of the government's, on a federal level, it's none of their business. But yes, they should be providing that. Let's see, especially kids. Kids are, you know, they go through their stages and things happen, you know. Whether it's right or wrong, that's none of my business. You know, we all have to meet our reaper at the end of the day. You'll find out at the end the mistakes you pay, how greatly you pay or don't pay for them. All right, American Airlines, Delta, CrowdStrike. So American Airlines traded. Guys, I'm so upset about this. Let's see what these contracts open up at. Look at the volume that's stepping in there on American Airlines. You guys understand why. Like, I know a lot of people are watching DJT, but you guys aren't hearing me. This is a 200 to 300% gain we're talking about, with options, that is. DJT right now is sideways. It has not made up its mind. This could be a nice break and retest here. What I don't want to see is a pop off the bell and fail. You do not want to see this thing pop, pull back to hold, and fail. Okay? You don't want that. You don't want bullish right off the bell and that fail. You want it to continue and hold. You want it to start, hold, continue. All right? I feel like we're in like... Oh my gosh. I apologize, guys. That killed my ears. That killed my ears. You got to think. Remember, what's their job? The job is to take the money, to reinvest it in the company. Remember that. Remember, we can get cute. Remember, they can come out and do an offering. They can do an offering. Anything over $40. Are we in agreement to do an offering? We don't know if that meeting happened or not. In some high sky rise in New York or wherever the hell they are at. We don't know that. They could be doing an offering right now, guys. Be careful. It's their job as the CEO to take the money and put it to work when it's there. A CEO wants his job and the benefits that come with it to support his family. I wouldn't be surprised if they're not talking about doing an offering up here. You heard it here first at 40.45. Please remember that, and don't be too arrogant to think that you're going to get by an offering. Because they'll do it, and they'll do it quick. All right? And you'll have a limit order down, may even halt, and you're fucked if you can't get out or don't have the news when it comes out. Yeah, man. Brandon, there was a lot, like, just the, you know, there was news today with Delta Airlines. Look, that's it. Look, that pullback to 55 held. And here I was talking about DJT. I just don't want to see nobody get hurt. I know we want to see this thing go to the moon. We all want DJT to go to the moon, but, you know, I'm all for making money. I love it. But we have to understand what's going on and what it is that we're really doing here. All right? Let's not forget, the capital markets are a place for companies to raise money. Don't forget it. It's easy to forget it, I know. I forgot about it all morning talking about DJT. I forgot about it all morning. All right, we want this thing to continue here. Sorry, I'm going to stop with the... you know what? Let's do like a 3-minute. Let me start trying a 3-minute chart.
DJT Trump Media getting a pop to the high 42.99. Delta Juliet Tango.
All right. You want this, you know, you want it to continue. Look at the time in sales, guys. Just green as can be. Look, Reddit sellers are slowly working their way up there. Every inch that it goes higher, feels like sellers are stepping in a decent way. Damn, it's 2, 3,000, 4,000, 6,000 to the buy side. This is massive buying here. Just let it pull back. It didn't leave you just yet. We just opened up. But she did kind of leave. Now the question is that, do they start to step in a decent way? Or do they get scared and say, you know what, I'm done. I'm done trying to call the top in this thing. But you are coming up to that 45 zone. Alright, I'm going to keep it just like that. Boom. Alright. You know, think about that daily chart. You are right up there with resistance. That's why it's good to use a multiple time frame. Look how extended you are away from the 9 EMA on the daily chart. I think this might be a good short. I gotta be honest. Gotta be honest with you. No, look at the volume there. Look at the volume on that opening candle. That was massive volume. I would let it go, let it do what it needs to do, but I think the Roosters, after today, if you get an upside move on this, they could come home to roost. It could happen. And this is what we talked about, right? That bounce off the bell, this pullback, does it hold? 42.50, does it hold? That's your stop loss. 42.50, you're a buyer in that zone. Your stop loss would be below VWAP at like 42.25 or so. Or you could say pre-market VWAP, anything under $42, you're out. Yeah, anything under, and there it is. That's it. There it goes. Here we go. It's on. Oh, come on. Don't do it. Don't do that. That was a nice pullback hold. That's exactly what we wanted to see. We wanted to see it break out, pull back, hold, and extend again. And that's exactly what it did. Nice job. This thing is already up 13%. It might be a 18 to 20% type of day here. So, analysis was pretty spot on what we wanted to see for an extension higher. You just got to remember, we're coming up into a serious zone up here at 45. I'm not saying we can't get through 45 because the bigger resistance zone is at 50. I don't know the ticker of it, buddy. I'm sorry. Okay, look, Tesla back underneath prior day's high, guys. It's underneath prior day's high here. Fuck. I hate how Tesla looks like this. It's so bad. It's just really hard to see it. Oh, so it is holding here. Okay. Is that it? We're looking for a move to 275. I don't know what to do, guys. Bang. I think I'm going to be a buyer here on Tesla. I think I'm going to be a buyer, you guys. Look, it's already taken off. Fuck. Give me that pullback wick to 269.95. It could be a double top, so we're looking up at like the high 278s.
He's spot on today, isn't he? Makes fun of my Amazon thing. Reaches an incredible conclusion that Molenberg wasn't not going to get over the fact.
All right, so it is pulling back. All right. I know I have way too many lines here. 264 or 263.50 is a previous high, and then if that breaks, I think you would look for, man, see, I don't want to have every single little level. I want major levels here. Nope. Let's look for pullbacks. All right. We might see Tesla pull back into 249 and back inside that wedge. I don't want it to, but watch if Tesla breaks 262.50, 262, 261.50. Sorry, this previous high. What'd it do? Did it fail? It's because it's going up into resistance, guys. That's what I said. 45 to 50 is a resistance zone. You guys can see that. Sellers are stepping up in a major way up there. Check the overall markets, too. Are the overall markets doing okay? Or are they selling off? This is a good scalp. For anybody that was able to scalp it. Okay, so DJT is pulling, or Tesla's pulling back here. Let's see. Fuck. I just can't see anything. Dude, they want so much money for these. Are you serious? I don't want to pay. This is why I hate Mondays, bro. They want to charge $4 for a 260. They want to charge you $4 for an $8 move, nearly a $10 move. Get the fuck out of here. That's crazy. Sorry for my language. I like the short. I'm telling you guys right now. I'd be short right there on that pop. We get a pop up into 269, 270 rejection. I like it. I like it. I like it for a move, guys, back down into, or you could be patient. Wait for that move to 263. Let's see what happens at 262, 263. Like 280 is better, because I could see us getting back up into like 278 and getting paid, but I don't know. Tesla, I don't even want to look at it, because I like the pullback. Okay, so there's the trade line. We did bounce off of it, but the vol my charts are so screwed up. There's so many lines. I'm getting frustrated already, but it's all good. Yep, so there it is. There it is. So target. Now you want to see follow through here. You want to see this thing get down into 264. It's still holding, man. This thing's a bit tricky. Is that why? Boom. I would like to use, like, if anybody is thinking about trading Tesla, remember to use the 9 EMA as an entry point. I don't care if it's to the long side or the short side. See how far you are away from it? That's people taking profits on the shorts as it extends. Okay? Let it consolidate. Let that trade line catch up. And use that previous low. If you can get the trade line down there at 268. Use 268, 268.17, 267.75. Use that whole range as an entry point short if you like the short. If you think there's more downside to come. You're stepping down into prior day's VWAP at 266. I gotta look at airlines or something, guys, because I know there's movement there. Robinhood. I'm not blowing my day here. Alright, so now you... Now we have VWAP up there.
Up 157%. Hotel Charlie Tango India.
Stock went up 22%. So that's really, I guess, that Look at the way the stock acted on Friday. It was up really huge. Then, of course, there was pop and take it, and then it came right back.
You know what?
It's this stock. That conference call was one of the best conference calls. It was his best, clearly. I loved it. It's time for one call.
Jesus Christ,
It mostly ranked about
I apologize, you guys. I'm just trying to get this damn chart straightened out. I gotta switch.
MNPR, Monoflora getting a pop here on volume. I can remember Papa Romeo.
So there,
MNPR.
MNPR, yeah, that's the one you were just talking about. MNPR, yeah. Nice job, bro. Yeah, MNPR is on a... There's not much liquidity here with this. It's not bad, but... It's also the backside of the trade. See if you get a double top up here. See if you get a double top. And that'll let us know that it's stepping up as resistance here. Man, pre-market is just so long on Mondays. I may try it up there. Guys. I may try for a pullback here. Here's the thing. You have trade line working up. This could be a nice little wedge. You have buyers that start to step in down here at 43.45. And in that case, that's buyers stepping up from the high 30s to stepping up into the low 40s. All right, but remember, all it takes is one offering, and this son of a bitch is going to go down faster than you can just blink. I'm telling you. They can do a huge offering. They have the money, and especially if they need the money, they're cashing in. I'm telling you all right now. And other traders that get long this are thinking the same thing. They're like, man, you know, anybody getting long up here, you're really risking it for the biscuit. And I don't know if the biscuit's worth enough yet, because we took this thing from 10 to 40. That's a 400% gain. And from 40 to 50 is not close to that. 40 to 80 is not close to that. So it starts to get a little tough as you start to get up here to entice more and more people. Again, here's the thing is, I don't know the short float to this. You could still have massive amounts of shorts in this thing to send it higher. And it also feeding upon itself. I just don't know these things. There's the double top. See if you get an increase in volume on this pullback off of 45. Let's see. It's still green in my opinion. Yep. Right now it's like 50-50. I would say buyers, or I would say there's more buyer than sellers. I know. For anybody that's just joining us, welcome. Thank you guys for being here. Hit the like button, subscribe. Stream donation contribution link is in the description. Okay, watch that level up there. So far, I can't believe AAL. I cannot believe it. Look at the 1350s, guys. They're at 43 cents right now.
AMIX, so Autonomix shares pulling back here, $16.95. Alpha Michael India X-Ray.
Damn.
But anyway, I mean, right now, NVIDIA doesn't have the catalyst, so...
No, other than Jensen is everywhere, all the time, all at once.
He's amazing.
Is there any podcast he hasn't been on yet?
Was he on Joe Rogan?
I don't know. Has he not been on Joe Rogan?
I don't know.
He does.
Sorry that I have the mouse right in front of the mic.
Jason Kelsey.
I would do, what do you mean you should have did a trailed stop? Just, you know, take some money off right now. It could hold. Or if it, you know, just be careful. Just understand, you know, we have the whole market. We don't need to just, you know, put all our eggs in one basket on DJT. You know, we want to be there for it. It's the news of the day. It's got momentum to go higher. So far, this is lower volume on this consolidation. All right, on that chart. If I go over, you know, technically, you know, on a 5-minute chart, you know, that's a low volume consolidation here. You have the trade line coming up through. So chances are, in my opinion, you're going to see 50 if this continues, right? And what I'd be looking for is to see if buyers can really step up here. They'll probably try a shake and bake. You know, they might try to shake people out, or look, they're going to start going now. Hold on, let's see. You know, we were talking about this double top up here, but yeah, see, that's what I thought. They're going to go. They're just going to go ahead of it. It's going to pull that trade line up. There it goes to 50. All right, so that's our next target would be $50. So now you've made way to go for the top end of this range up here.
Our friends sold their policy to help pay their medical bills. And that got me thinking. Maybe selling our policy to help with our retirement.
I'm skeptical. So I did some research and called Coventry Direct. They explained life insurance is a valuable asset that can be sold.
We learned we could sell all of our policy or keep part of it with no future payments. Who knew?
Today up 28. Nice job, bro. Nice job, buddy. Nice job. It didn't break. It's still above there. Yeah. Yeah, it did, in my opinion. It definitely broke it. You put it a new high at 45.50. At least from what I have. Either it all depends on where you want to put that level, but I feel like now you're, for the most part, clear to go to 50. So I'd be using that area here to try to go to 50. You didn't come in with an increase in volume, but the reason I have that there also is because, look, you have this pivot low, look, resistance, it got above it, then it made it support. So that's why I have 45 on there. $50. I think now you have you've cleared the way for a move back to 50. Look for a move back to 50. I'm gonna get rid of all this junk. Oh my God, bro. Undo, remove rectangle. There it goes. Look for a little pullback, bang. Now you got $5 higher. That move is, damn, that's still about 10%. Well, obviously 10% because it's a 5-point move on a $50 thing. All right, so pullbacks. Look, that nice increase in volume there. On a wick, I'm looking for a pullback to get long to see if this can hold and get an entry somewhere. I don't like the trade line is all the way down here, and I don't like that VWAP is below that 45 zone. But so that's kind of telling me this could still climb now to get VWAP and everything up to this prior pivot high here at the high of day. Pullbacks to the high of day, look for a long here in that 45, 44, 95 zone, and it's just going to extend. It's extending here. They're giving it up. I don't know why I have a 5-minute up. That was a nice call off the bell. We said, man, we want to see this thing go with volume, pullback, hold it, and then we could look for that extension because that pullback hold is really going to tell us if we can trust the first move. CrowdStrike, CRWD. Look, guys, CrowdStrike. All right, let's do it. It's on. Game time. Let's see here. So we did hold. Okay, so we did hold this zone here. Oh, shit. So we are above VWAP.
92 years of history you can hold in your hand. Call 1-888-870-6353. Call now and you receive a free bonus over a $55 value, free with every order. Call
I get so sick and tired of
870-6353 to secure your 1932 $10 gold Indian
flipping
coins
back and
before they
forth.
sell out. Don't wait. You must act fast. Call now.
So you could have him move to 303.
Take back control with More Health. More Health provides access to medication proven to help. A daily pill to drink less, or to quit drinking altogether.
Look at that. What is that? 299 is 300.
I think ambition is not taking no for an answer and always asking, how can we do better? When I first started Maven, the original question was, how do we make the healthcare system work better for women and families?
I don't know how to get this thing.
Deeply love the problem you're trying to solve.
All right, CrowdStrike, if we hold here, we could look for a long to 305. If it continues to look like it's going to fail, I think you look for a long to 305, guys. It's about a $5 move there. You don't have volume on your side. Let's see if that starts to slowly change here. Oh, man. I swear. Guys, I do apologize. I know I keep moving this stuff around. But it's just like, you know, how do I get it to where I can see everything? You gotta be fucking kidding me, bro. You gotta be kidding me. Alright, here we go. Can we get some buyers to start stepping in here, holding this thing up?
Let's get to Jim and stop trading.
One of the great consumer product stories of this era has been Colgate. It's been a straight up stock. Now, they reported a number on Friday where there were actually some congratulations in the quarter that it was top market depression in America. And I think this is a buy because this is a company that that is actually, it lost a little share of toothpaste, so come right back. But China was the issue. And Carl, after a while, we're going to be net size for China being the issue. You're going to wish you bought everything that had a problem with China. We're not there yet. But when, no matter who you talk about, the Estee Lauder or the
So you have the 20-day and the 100-day moving average here, all just sitting right there at 300 to 301 at this high. I'm actually going to put the 20-day moving average. Let me see which one here that it's using on CrowdStrike, and we'll see if we can. So the 100-day looks like it likes to fool with that zone and figure out what it's going to do. We can see it's doing it now. It gets through it. It pulls back to it. Tries to hold that and the trade line. It's finding out what stock is using what. Like what does that stock? Because some stocks don't use the 100-day, or at least at that moment in time. We want to find what's relevant that we can use and something that we know can be dependable. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just do this. I'm just going to say, you know what? There's our 20. All right, there's our 20. And we're going to make this a little bit brighter. Bada bing, bada boom. And then we have our 100-day moving average also right there. I'm going to make it blue. All right, so there we go. We know. So now it makes a little more sense, right? And we can see CrowdStrike. And here's the thing, guys, is, if we use the 15-minute chart that we have here, this thing has resistance and support all the way down here at like 280. Okay, 280. Support. We're still back down there. We're not extending off of 300, so something might give here.
Jim, we'll see you tonight. Bad money, 6 p.m. Eastern time. As we said, nice opening game. Dow's up 310. Russell.
Let me use the other charts as well here. All right, so what I would be targeting is the top end up here.
HCTI,
You know, 30250.
Healthcare Triangle shares.
30250 to 305.
Now off the highs at $1.90.
Nice job, man.
60 rather.
Nice job, guys. I'm still doing some soul searching here.
We'll have to alert suppliers, coordinate shipments. Already alerted, already coordinated.
I feel like
Maybe we can just scale up mid-cycle since we brought in BDO.
People who know BDO.
I feel like this whole range.
Well, hope isn't a good retirement strategy. You've worked for a comfortable retirement for years. Now you need to plan for retirement income. Learn ways to avoid common mistakes, like being too conservative or not setting retirement goals. Have someone on your side to keep you on track.
Let's look at UPS, McDonald's. Okay, so UPS still wants to play around here. And that is a rejection of 138.
Fisher tailors a plan to keep you on track for retirement you want. And as a fiduciary,
McDonald's.
when our clients do better. Call now for your comfortable retirement kit. Call 1-800-759.
I need to go look at the overall markets real quick, guys. Give me 1 second. Look at all these lines I have on McDonald's. That's ridiculous. Part of me wants to move this up to 300. Yeah, I should.
SNAX Strive Foods announcing strategic partnership with Dot Foods to secure its nationwide distribution with major retailer. That's SNAX, Sandy November Alpha X-Ray. Shares hopping on that. SNAX.
Investor Jerry Cardinal, David Einhorn, Nelson Peltz, Ann Walsh, and more at CNBC's Delivering Alpha, a live in-person event.
Shares of Strive Foods $1.13 at the highs and halted on a circuit breaker.
A reported secret meeting that you had. What happened in that room?
Be in the room when it happens, November 13th. Get your tickets now at deliveringalpha.com.
I swear to goodness, bro.
AMIX halted on a circuit breaker. Alpha Michael India X-Ray on the way down, $15.27.
Nice opening game. Dow's up almost 300. Got outsized gains in some of the small caps. Russell up better than 1%.
All right, let's see if we can look for a long here on McDonald's. Let's see if they're going to step in here and buy this thing. Let's see. I'm looking at this 297 zone to see if we can finally get back up. 295. 750. And what I'm also going to target is maybe even the top side of like 305 or so. Hold on 1 second though. Hold on one. Uno momento, my friend. Uno momento, way. Dude, you're pissing me off, man. Not you guys. Damn charts. I'm just in the zone. I know I haven't looked at the chat or did anything. Again, guys, hit the like button, subscribe. Here at lunchtime, what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to probably erase a lot of the yeah, look, the markets right now are consolidating. City is back above its 20-day. You might be able to get a move off of $63 if this can hold. You know what? You know, JP Morgan back inside the range. The Dow's pulling back. Look for the Dow to try and hold 422. Alright, so the Qs are breaking down. So kind of like what we talked about, that initial morning, your initial morning low here on the Qs, you just turn that into resistance. And you're just sitting here above 496 questioning, okay, you know, I've already tried to get above 498. I can only not get above 498 but so many times before 496 is no longer going to hold me up here. All right, so keep an eye on that little area there. It's not a good look that it broke, but anyway. So DJT is still just hanging out, consolidating. That's a nice little bull flag. It's a nice little wedge right there. That wedge is happening right there, connecting at $45. They gotta do an offering. If they don't do an offering, how is the guy not fucking fired? How is he not fired? All right, so we're gonna go back down to 1325. I'm kind of curious if that's gonna happen here on American Airlines. And by the way, American Airlines is actually almost getting ready. It just went green on the year. Think about that. That's big. That's big. I don't know if you guys have looked to see where DJT was on the year. All right. Okay. Was it really there? Holy shit. Okay. Yeah. DJT's up a lot. Holy cow. On the year. It's up 159%, 160%. Nice. All right. So American Airlines just tried to go green here on the year. And it's back red year to date. It's still holding. It's still on it, so it's flat. So let's go to the 4-hour chart here. So daily overdone, 4-hour overdone, hourly chart, MACD, mad separation. Puts in a new high, that MACD putting in a lower high. Damn, this thing's overdone, guys. This is why, like on the SPY, when we took it on Friday, like it was a trade that I had a lot of confidence in, and then like it just, I couldn't stay, I just couldn't, like the market was, whatever you guys want, you guys know the word that I'm looking for. The solvent. The market can stay something longer than you can stay solvent, whatever the hell it is. So I want to look for a short here on American Airlines, guys. All right, I want to look for a pullback. All right, we are holding trade line. This could be the wrong move, but I think 1325 is our prior resistance zone, and I think we need to pull back into there. So I am going to look to see if I can get some entry into this on American Airlines. All right, let's see. Let's see here. We just have to watch because Friday's high has the trade line down there. So now I'm like, do I wait for the pullback or do I take the pullback? 62. We're at 62 cents right now. Let's see if we can pop and reject VWAP again. Down to 40. That's 20 cents. Let's do the math really quickly so we know what we have going on here. We have no real volume on the sell side either. This thing may just go ahead and go to 14. All right, I'm not going to trade that. I take that back, guys. American Airlines is not it right now. The SPY is not really moving. So this morning I said, let's see if we stay in the range from 580 to 582, maybe even 583 on the SPY. I wanted to see if we kind of just stayed in this zone here. The square still might be there, but we talked about just hanging out right here in this zone this morning. So I have the 5-minute up. Let me refresh. That was a monster pullback Friday. Is anybody watching Robinhood? Here we go. SPY's trying to bounce.
Well, historically, that is the case. That going back to 1992, which is as far back as S&P has sector level data.
It's a pullback hold. That's a nice breakout with some volume.
Posted advances along with 97% of the sub-industry. So historically, the market does breathe a sigh of relief.
I'm going to change this.
History is going to be tweaked a bit this time around. Normally, the market, if it rises from July 31 through October 31, the incumbent person or party has been re-elected except for 2 times. One of them was in 1968 when LBJ stepped down. Hubert Humphrey ran for president. We had the war in Vietnam as a very unpopular situation. This time around, we've got inflation and immigration.
Where are we on the daily chart?
Back in 68 that did not help the incumbent, and anecdotally, we also had
shit. So we're above that? Damn, that sucks. I don't know, guys. What do we target for the long here? Do we just look for like $30? 28, 29, 30? Because it's going to happen now. If we're going to take this, we got to start thinking about this trade right now as an entry point. It's a low volume pullback right there.
I think that the Fed will be taking a moderate approach. The feeling is there's no reason.
That's going to be our range of the day.
GDP is expected to be up 2.8%.
Let's go, guys. Nice job.
4% next year.
You did buy American Airlines?
Threshold on core CPI until 2026. So I think the Fed wants to maintain its.
So now we are below the trade line. I'm just curious if like 1338. So I'm going to be trading options on it. If you guys are wondering why I'm not in a hurry, I am waiting to see. I'm letting this pullback kind of happen to prior days. To that earnings high. And which is also the support zone down here. So that move down into the low 13s is what I'm looking for. And look, yeah, like there's just everything is just pointing. Everything's kind of like it's a neutral stance on this thing, man, honestly. But I feel like this would be the buy zone down there, like 1340 or so.
Trying to build in all those scenarios. Sam, just 8 days away from that election. Good to see you. Talk soon. Sam Stockmarket today.
Delta Airlines is back up to resistance.
This is a big interview that you don't want to miss on Wednesday. It's Bridgewater's Ray Dalio with Sarah at the FII Institute's 8th annual conference in Saudi Arabia. That'll be at 10:30.
Okay, so this is not. Holy shit! Delta Airlines is back above that 54 pivot low from COVID. That gap fill. Guys, look at that. Look at the gap fill there on Delta Airlines, which goes to 57. Holy cow. Look at this. We finally are holding this level here, guys. Damn. She might be going back to COVID highs, you guys. Airlines may just start. They may start their recovery process. Wow. That's a massive Head and Shoulders. Look at that. Oh, 60. 60's a lot better. 50's cool, but 60's just a lot better. We'll call it, yeah, 60.
What's this?
My new pony and I love him.
Yeah, no, thank you.
I ran the numbers on Quicken. It's totally in my budget.
DQ, Dayco, New Energy getting some volume.
All right.
At the highs 26.
Sorry.
Up about 4%.
That's pretty wild. That is actually wild. It's good to see. It's really good to see. Shit. Yeah, they could be, and they could. Here's the thing. Do you have a source or any reason why you think that and not the other direction? Do you know anything about I'm not sure if you have, but have you looked at their balance sheet? Have you looked to see where their earnings really come from? Because if for anybody that doesn't know, they're for the most part, the majority of their entire earnings, which we'll go look at later, the their earnings literally doesn't come from flying planes. I think that contributes maybe 10%. But it comes from banks and selling credit cards and like flight mileage or whatever you want to call it, airline stuff. So that's really where a lot of these places, a lot of these airline companies make their money. And if financial conditions start to tighten again, what does that mean for the airline industry? All right, keep that in mind. We'll look at it later on at lunchtime. Now, I have to look into it myself. All right, I got to look into it myself. I don't know how much of that is exactly true, but I can show you guys a video from a pilot who went over their earnings and pretty much brought all this stuff up that I'm telling you guys. In which it could be this could be the domino that falls if people start to lighten their load with credit and creditors start to manage risk a little bit more and they don't give it out as much and they start not being able to. But I'll have to pull up their earnings. We'll pull up their last earnings. That's something that it has to happen for it to happen. Do you know what I mean? It's got to happen first. Like, that's only an assumption right now because they could maybe consistently do that. So, but anyway, Delta Airlines pulling back now. CRWD, CrowdStrike. Damn. All right, targets just about reached, guys. 305 was the target on CrowdStrike. So let's see. There's two places here. This is the next area. 308. 308. Actually, we're going to make that. We're going to make that 310. We're going to make that 310. Hold on 1 second here. So if we can get a pullback. Oh man, this sucks. I hate this chart. Like, it's so. It's just, I hate when stocks can be like range bound. When it's like a 308 to 310 zone would be the resistance, possible resistance. I like things to be a lot clearer, if that makes sense. Pullback, boom, boom. And now we're starting to try to turn that zone into resistance. All 46. Nice. Nice. Is anyone watching Tesla? Have you guys been keeping an eye on Tesla here? Did it pull back and hold? It did. Look at that. That's a nice pullback hold. Now you're holding prior day's high, guys. You're holding prior day's high on Tesla. The long is what I like, to like in front of that 280. If you can get an extension to a new high here, I'd be taking profits on every bit that it gives you all the way up into 280 to 278. Okay. Yeah, there's a 263, like we said. And then there's the top end of that range is up there at 278. So there's a gap fill at 274, but got to get above 270. It's gonna fail. I knew it. God dang it. I didn't know it, but that sucks. You don't like to see that.
Concerned by Verizon, sort of their comments about lackluster demand
That's
thus far,
crazy.
at least upgrades. AT&T,
I don't get it.
T-Mobile, sort of all the same, or is it really just everybody waiting for these new features?
Yeah, I mean, the reason I'm not concerned in all of our checks and
All right,
DQ
McDonald's.
getting another property here, 2745 Delta, Quebec.
in terms of for Apple from an iPhone perspective, no one was expecting the really inflection point.
UPS.
Everything starts to happen in December and into March, and everything we've seen.
There's so many earnings we had last week. Look at ENPH, guys. This thing is a missile. Just on a one-way ticket to the upside, guys. This is 1, 2, 3. This is the fourth day it's green.
So I think when it comes to AI,
The fourth day it's green.
especially with 18.2 and what we see in the holiday season, I think this is one street number.
All right, we're into the gap here.
5%. It is the beginning of a super cycle, which is why I believe going to early next year, $4 trillion.
She may just be headed for 90 bucks.
I feel like you've used supercycle before, and when have you most recently used it to describe Apple and a new phone?
Sure. So I think when it comes to super cycle, if you look at maybe 2 years ago, that ended up just being what I call a strong product cycle instead of a super cycle. I think part of when you have to look at Apple, I view it as
All right.
if I go back 2 years ago,
I'm gonna try it. I'll probably try it. Let's go look at the levels real quick. Let's see if we can put this on and attempt it. Even though she has ran a little bit already.
that I think goes much higher because services, when you look at AI,
That's a really nice pullback to prior day's high there
this is now going to be the hundreds of apps built
at 84.
intelligence, which is going to give you the incremental 10, 15, 20 billion of services revenue.
Fuck. I'm not gonna have enough time.
But Dan, you need an iPhone 15 or an iPhone 16 to take advantage of all those Apple Intelligence powered apps. And it feels like consumers were sold something at WWDC and through subsequent advertisements that they're just not going to be getting still for some time. What does it mean for the current quarter if we get some of these features today that are underwhelming and doesn't encourage people to upgrade?
Yeah, and I think to that point, it's really 18.2, which we'll get before holidays, that I think
Let's see here.
TSLA 271 41 Tango Sandy Lima Alpha.
Look for DJT to consistently put these candles in and just trend in a straight line up higher. It's really it's on scanners. Everybody's watching it. Everybody's talking about it.
Where else are you looking in terms of the impact of that beyond that?
I still forgot about Snowflake. Look, you guys got to be kidding me, man. Fuck. Look at the volume Snowflake had today. God damn it.
I think when you look on the consumer side, it's really now what's going to drive, I believe that's
So Snowflake was a
it's going to be significant for Google. To me, I
nice trade idea up to 120.
right now is
God damn it. Oh, that's right. That's right. It took off. Snowflake took off this morning without having didn't really have an opportunity to get in that.
A lot of buzz on the Meta glasses.
It's all good.
Now it's sort of being coined the AI glasses, and you get that free assistant with it. So we talked about that.
and for them, they've actually shown success in hardware for the first time. But who will win that race is Cook and Cupertino, in my opinion.
All right, Dan, thank you.
Thank you.
Dan Ives.
Coming up after the break.
All right, here goes Tesla. Tesla is trying to bounce.
Raise money as the worker strike rolls on with no date yet to resume negotiations. What the capital raise means for the company and its
Let's go, baby. Let's go. We're with it. We are with it. We don't have that much volume. Man, I almost X'd it out. I almost X'd all that shit out. It almost got ugly right there.
Do you have a life insurance policy you no longer need? Now you can sell your policy, even a term policy, for an immediate cash payment. Call Coventry Direct to learn more.
We thought we had planned carefully for our retirement.
But we quickly realized we needed a way to supplement our income.
Our friends sold their policy to help pay their medical bills.
All right. So we are targeting like 280 zone. They already want so much money. I'm good. I'm not trading Tesla. I gotta find something else, guys. I gotta find something else. But the market is bouncing. I'm not paying $10 or I'm sorry, $3 to $4 for a move that it's too much. It's too much in my opinion. You know, I don't think it's okay. Just like the short side, these are the things that don't make you money. You know, like you're paying $4 for a $10 move, guys. Your break even is way up here. You got to get up there before you even turn profitable. Sure, if you can get up here today, it's a different story. You know, if you want to get your entry at 270.30, sure, that's a little bit different. But what happens if it doesn't move? Then you're just talking about theta. You know, then you get hurt. Leave it alone. If it does not make sense, don't buy it. I would hope that you have enough common sense on if you're going to trade options, or buy the stock outright. Buy the stock and not worry about theta and time and decay. Look at Citi, man. Citi's on a run right now. She's really trying to go back to 64. All right, guys, let's go look at oh my gosh. USO did gap down. Let's go to the charts. UNG selling off. Let's go to a daily chart here. You do have support down there at 13. So XOM bouncing back up into this resistance zone. We talked about oil last week and how if this did not hold here on Exxon, Oxy Petroleum, we could look for that move back down into 110. I'm going to try it. All right, maybe we try for a swing trade here. I think these things are, I think the day is going to start coming. And right now you're getting that bounce back to 120, 119. I want to attempt a short up there. Okay, up at this prior resistance. That's a breakout. Tried to pull back, hold, extend, failed to do so. I want to start seeing sellers step down and step up from where we're at. And if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. It's okay. We put our stop loss, right? We put our stop loss above like we'll have our stop loss at like 121. We'll give it $1 to make, you know, $5 to $6. Damn. All right, this might be. Coming close. So there's probably a dip buy here off of 117.50 to take it back to 120 for anybody that's interested. There could be a dip buy opportunity here.
As we know, the job number one for Kelly Ortberg and his team, get this strike
All right,
resolved.
I'd be looking for, it already kind of did, but I'd be looking for a pullback soon. Oh no, never mind. Wow, look at that wedge.
And you're already starting to see this
Look
from
at that.
smaller suppliers, and it's not getting a lot of headline news because you're looking at maybe a smaller tier 2 supplier that has to let 4 or 5 people go, and that's cumulative. And then when you look at Spirit, clearly they're the fuselage maker, and at some point they're not going to continue employing people if they're not making the fuselages because there's not the production happening in Renton, and it's going to be a lumpy. Remember what Kelly Ortberg told us. It's going to be a lumpy ramp up in production. You just can't flip the switch and say, come on, everybody, start sending us the product immediately. We're ready to go. It may be fits and starts, at least initially. Once they
Boeing's raising money. Trying to bounce here.
Have any trouble finding people to buy this, as I reported earlier? As much as $30 billion in demand, a lot of what we call reverse inquiries. That's funds sort of saying to Goldman Sachs.
Let's see. Sorry, guys, I did not see that. DJT is way riskier now. I don't plan on getting in that price. I'm right there with you, buddy. I'm glad to hear you guys say that. I'm with you there. I mean, look, though, I will say this. You're breaking out to a new high on massive volume. You got to call it what it is. Chances are, when you break through an area on an increase in volume, the chances of that area, of that resistance zone holding is now greater. So... Alright, so what do we have here? What did I write down? Airlines, PHG, McDonald's, Tesla. I gotta log back in again because I'm not doing anything. Is this thing gonna start selling off again?
Thanks for helping viewers understand it better this morning. That's our Phil LeBeau. Let's get a news update this morning as well with our Silvana Hadal. Hi, Silvana.
Hey, Carl. Good morning to you. The head of the CIA and the Israeli spy agency Mossad are meeting today in Qatar.
Looks like McDonald's wants to start selling off.
Dallas Fed Texas Manufacturing Output Index 14.6 in
For 2 days to allow for the exchange of
October versus minus 3.2 in September.
Meanwhile, Israeli forces withdrew today from one of northern Gaza's.
All right, so McDonald's is double topping, putting in a double bottom, triple bottom on the 50-day moving average. Just trying to hold it. If it fails, you have a move.
Over its $1 million a day giveaway. The lawsuit warns the swing state voter registration sweepstakes could violate federal law. Musk has donated tens of millions.
Could have a move back to 290. I might get on this. I might try to short McDonald's again. Let's see. I want to see what happens here.
Thank you. Still to come, the election impact on the semiconductor industry. We'll have more on some of the key names and what the reactions may be.
Okay, so what I would consider 287.50 is the prior support zone for that consolidation. 287.50. That could be.
Significant thoughts about that topic.
289.50. There.
You can go to cnbc.com/deliveringalpha or scan that QR code on the screen.
Boom. Okay, we got it. Okay, yeah, that dotted line 290. All right, 290. Damn, that's a nice move. That is a nice move. All right, what do we got here? All right, so I might have a trade idea here up on watch.
No credit checks, no mandatory fees. I'm not waiting for payday anymore, and you shouldn't either. Join me at chom.com and get paid when you say. Municipal bonds don't usually get the media coverage the stock market does. In fact, most people don't find them all that exciting. But if you're looking for the potential for consistent income that's federally tax-free, now is an excellent time to consider municipal bonds from $10,000 to invest, call and talk with one of our bond specialists at 1-800-376-4376. We'll send you our exclusive bond guide, free, with details about how bonds can be an important part of your portfolio. Henyon & Walsh has specialized in fixed income and growth solutions for 30 years and offers high-quality municipal.
What I'm doing is I'm going through the time frames here. All right, I want to see if we can bounce. See if we can bounce back up here and then take it. That would help the longer term, like an hourly chart. Try to go positive and then maybe possibly not go positive. I don't know. I just feel like I don't know. It's just just because you didn't mean to do it, like when people die from your product, it's just not a good look. It really it isn't. You know. Holy shit! I was wondering what was going on here. And why I couldn't see level 2 and stuff and. Why is that happening?
Tonight, a migrant has been charged with raping a 15-year-old disabled girl.
How will your family survive another 4 years if you may not be able to survive the night?
Right for America is responsible for the content of this advertising.
Withem's talented accounting and advisory professionals add value to every client relationship with their dynamic approach.
Again, if you have not traded anything, do not be ashamed or feel some type of way. Let the market come to you. 46. I mean, that's your previous high. You know, it is what it is. All right, looks like we're going to take the back end of this trade. Look for a pop here. Let's go. Let the market come to you. Let's let the market come to us. That's a fail. Hold above 45. I'm looking for that. Move back into 45. See if we can hop on this thing. Damn. They want $2 for a 40 put? Bro. Like. The stock is fucking. I mean, I get the volatility is massive, but come on now. It shouldn't be anything over $1.50. Look at the percentage on this. That's a 10% move. Listen to what I'm telling you. Anybody that is not commenting, okay, anybody that's not commenting that is listening, this is just like for everybody that was whining and crying about how they got short SMCI on the news. They bought near the money, at the money, whatever, and it moved $10, $20, $50, $60, and they didn't make any money. They made $50 to $100 on a $50 move. Why? Because the market has already priced in that big of a move. So, if there is a catalyst, what is another stock, if DJT gives it up, what is another name that we could play? Here's what I'm saying. You're going to pay $3 for a move. You're going to pay nearly $3 for a move, for a 10% move. When you get down to 40, it's not going to be that much. I promise you. It might be okay. You might be able to pull out 100%, you know. It's just I feel like this thing should be about $1.50. If we can get it for like $1.50, I'll take it. Or $1.50 to $1.75, I'll take it. Here's your break and retest of that high. You want to start seeing volume come in. Give it just a minute. Just give it a few minutes here. GameStop. There's GameStop. Nice job, bro. Brandon, did you see GameStop?
going. And like, as of right now, from everything we can see, it looks like it's still going. Like I get the nervousness. It clearly is not time to worry this year. I don't even think it's time to worry next year. We'll see as we go farther out. But I think at this point they just need to show that demand is strong and growing and accelerating. And
Let's see what happens on McDonald's here if it can hold. This is just brutal, man. This is just brutal. City had a nice run today. Gave you the continuation. It's a really nice move. Nobody's really talking about that. We need to keep an eye on names like Alibaba. All right. Is this true? The SPY still has not moved?
leading edge infrastructure built here in the U.S. And to be honest, from a policy standpoint, it really shouldn't be mattering all that much who
Is that true? I would assume it to be. Listen, we're going to have volatility. We're going to have so much volatility this week. This market is going to move. We have nearly 15 to 20 trillion dollars worth of market cap reporting this week. Out of just the 4 big ones, you got nearly 10 trillion. So this market's going to move. All right. Man, you might have just brought in another rally on DJT here. You know what they just did? They just sold this thing off, and you just recovered 45. It's got to hold it, though. I know it hasn't quite held it yet. What I'm saying is for anybody that got excited to go short, they just got robbed. That's why you want to be able to pay the right price for your options. Like $2 was insane. Well, $2.50, almost $3. Look at this. You're going to be losing money. Dude, if this thing goes, that's going to be so funny. I don't think it's going to, but... Shit, I forgot about Enphase, ENPH. Alright, pulling back. UPS. Still thinking of those earnings we had last week. I have not looked at NVIDIA.
How long is their dominance, do you think, going to last?
Well, I mean, there's always somebody who wins. This is an enormous market, right? The idea that there's not going to be others trying to take a piece of that pie is ridiculous. Of course they are. Now, that being said, like NVIDIA's built up their position in silicon and hardware and software and systems and ecosystem over 10 or 20 years, right? And they put those moats into place. And so anybody that is trying to get in there, and I'm not talking that people can't get little bits. Clearly, AMD and others are getting little bits, but
let's see if
penetrate those moats, and it's a very, very difficult thing to do, and especially for a startup. I mean, when you just look at the amount of money that NVIDIA has to
I've not
invest
tested
in
that
versus,
zone.
Smaller, very small.
This might be.
It's tough. It's very, very tough. So at this point, I'm not terribly worried.
We're going to start going higher. Watch the cues. Look. Alright, we're regaining pre-market lows, guys. Might keep it simple here. I missed Snowflake. I missed some of my airlines.
Meantime, while surveys show a small percentage of undecided voters in the selection, there may actually be more up for grabs than it first appears.
Oh no, that sucks.
After a short break.
Trend
Man, that sucks. Q's did not hold.
CME Group, where risk meets opportunity.
Together, we achieve greatness.
Okay. If you guys want to know where to be long in the markets, I would look at some of these Dow names. And I say that because look at the Dow, which was a laggard this morning. And look at the Qs, right? Look here at the top left of my screen. And you're going to see the Dow is actually right now above. It's had a nice recovery. And it's not below pre-market support. It's actually above pre-market highs. Look at that. See how this morning it was lagging for a little while. The SPY and the Qs were right at pre-market lows, like they were just starting to, like, you know, try to reject them, and the Qs had already broke, tested, and then pulled back even further, and now they've rebounded. So, the IWM. Look at the IWM. Look at the IWM today, guys. This is where it's at. Way above pre-market highs, way above Friday's high. Okay? And the Qs are still below pre-market lows. The Dow's not even above pre-market or Friday's high. All right? So, I would look at KRA. Look. I feel like this is going to be your mover. Nah. Alright, so we're figuring it out. Let's go to Market Watch. Russell 2000. Look at this. MSTR. Enter. Come on. Alright, so there's a lot of volume here. And we're up 7%. Fuck.
LUNR, Intuitive Machines, popping here, new highs, $8.64. Maybe uniform November Romeo.
Team of passionate traders ready to tackle your trading questions, no matter how complex.
Raise your hand or let us know in the comment section. Do you guys think we can hold 15-minute trade line and VWAP and see if we can extend higher? Who thinks we can? I have not looked to see what Bitcoin's doing right now. Let's go take a look.
All backed by our 100% guarantee. Right now, you'll get 12 Omaha Steaks burgers free with your order. Visit omahasteaks.com/TV today.
If you're shopping for a home, you could browse hundreds of listings to find homes with big yards, or compare lot sizes all at once. Search in full color to find space to grow. Home search will never be the same again.
Look at those spreads. They were just hitting 240 on those options and then $2. That was insane.
How much do we think we can rip out of this wasted $6.5 trillion house buying budget?
Well, I think we can do at least $2 trillion.
Yeah! $2 trillion.
That was Mark Cuban and then Elon Musk speaking over the weekend. Musk making the case for $2 trillion in
Alright, so Bitcoin is holding here. Trying to attempt to break out 68,000, 70.
that his stint at McDonald's was, quote, one of the biggest things we've ever had on Google. It just hit. I did hit up a few people at Google to try and confirm that. Haven't heard back, though. All that said, it's just 8 days until the election. It could all come down to those who have yet to make up
This doesn't look like it's breaking out on volume, guys, on Bitcoin. Be careful. We could start to get a rejection here. I would like to see this starting to break out with at least whatever this volume is here. What is that? 1.2 million? And this is 500. 502. So.
16% of all voters nationally are quote unquote persuadable. That's
Okay, I'm sorry. 1,289,000 shares right there. So if MSTR, and it doesn't mean that just because Bitcoin doesn't break down that MST can't go higher. I feel like MSTR is the one that has been playing Bitcoin to a T. I just think we could see a pullback coming in here back in the 68,000. Okay. You know, I think you could see a pullback into this zone here.
30% have a high school education or less versus 22% college graduates. That's
Oh my God.
for Trump. That's his group, but he's got to bring them out. It points to the importance of his get out the vote efforts. Tens of millions being spent on both sides. Trump has a 37-point lead. Check it out with blue collar workers.
Yeah. Where's she at? Keep good eye, man. Good eye. Keep watching it.
Low intensity voter. He has a big
Yep. Let's see here.
poor and working class.
We have this previous hot. Oh shit. Sorry. Oh, Alcoa. I'm sorry.
So it all comes down to this question. The election comes down to
Up
whether Harris can
20%
get more
UAPS.
persuadable women to her side and voters of color to the polls. For Trump, it's about keeping those persuadable Republicans on his side and getting blue collar workers to turn out. And it all has to happen
This is a good one.
in the battleground states.
You just had an
This is why
earnings report.
at McDonald's. This is why he was on Joe Rogan. This is why Harris continues to campaign in the cities. All of this data tells you why and where they are for the last several days of the election.
Not really.
Turnout, I guess, said another way, right? That's sort of where it all is focused right now, Steve.
Exactly, David.
I wanted to get your quick take on that that exchange that we had there between Musk and Howard Lutnick.
40.
$2 trillion out of the federal budget, $6.5 trillion roughly, maybe a bit more than that. I mean, most of that's non-discretionary. Most of it's
That's a nice double bottom bang. See if you can hold here. Alcoa might be along. Keep your eyes on this.
Depends on what you consider the possibility.
I don't know what happened to their earnings report.
Do it tomorrow. The question is, would I remain in office or cause a revolution among, for example, your Social Security recipients, your recipients of different parts.
I mean, look at that. Beautiful double bottom rally. Pull back. Previous highs. Resistance. Pull back. I would look for this to hold. I would see if we can hold $40 and see if we can't try to make a run back through 42.50 and get that 44.80 to 45 zone. I would definitely look for that. But this is a major zone right here. You have a pivot low with a pivot high, like a support that became resistance. 42.50 is resistance until it tells us otherwise. Really nice chart setups here on Alcoa. So thanks for bringing that up. I didn't know if you meant American Airlines, which I'm sure you did, but Alcoa. I was just thinking, I'm like, Alcoa. I knew that they reported because we talked about it. And then you have this flat top there. So let's see if you can catch a little, it doesn't seem like it wants to. Commodities aren't doing so well right now. I'm just surprised. Thank you again for that. Again, this weekend when I was going through, like when I go through a chart, I try to go through as much as I can without taking too much time to really get a feel for it. Let's see. Look at Alcoa. It's going to start bouncing here. Look at it.
With top-rated certified pros in over 500 categories, Angie can connect you with a right pro for any home project. Find top-rated certified pros in your area at Angie.com.
Here's your low a day. Double bottom, right? Hold. It pulls back. Hold, hold, hold. Bounce. Rejection. Hold, hold, hold. Tries to make a new low. Makes a new low. But then what does it do? It quickly recovers that initial morning low down here. So 40-20, and you have the trade line coming up. That 40-20 zone, I'd look to possibly be a buyer. Okay? Because my stop loss, I know where my stop loss is. It's right here. You know, my stop loss is pretty damn tight. What's the upside? 41.20. So we're going to risk 20 cents to make a dollar to a, you know, near possibly a dollar, you know, possibly $1.50. I'll do that all day long.
Would you have done something differently than President Biden during the past 4 years?
Again, remember, this name is weak comparable to like the IWM and some of the other names. But if you get a pullback hold at 40.20, maybe we might be able to try it. I don't know how liquid it is. Stand on business. Everybody using that nowadays. Staying on business. You sure shit ain't gonna sit on it? 10 toes down. Sound like they want to add on the word dipset at the end of that. 10 toes down, standing on business, dipset. What you claiming? Yeah. Same shit, just standing on business, 10 toes down. Shit. Fuck the other side. We sitting on business. You guys may not understand what I'm saying, but there was a commercial where they were keeping it hood with Kamala, talking about standing on business and this, that, and the third. So let's see here. So we pretty much just sold off through here. Got a nice little consolidation. Tried to break down, break, retest, boom, recovered. I still think that bigger move should be down there at like 13, guys. I do. I think like watch 13.25 to 13. Well, I wouldn't say 13, but like 13.25. As you can see right here at 13.20, 13.25. This is where sellers, you know, you tried to break above it, couldn't hold it. You pulled back. You tried to, right? You tried to pull, break, retest. It failed, right? You failed to extend it. It sold back underneath, hit it, boom, and then that was it. So I want to look for 13.25 on American Airlines because I know that those sellers that were there have watched this thing go higher, and I want to see if we can turn these sellers into buyers. And the only way we can do that is if we pull back down into that zone. All right. All right. All right.
So I did some research and called Coventry Direct. They explained life insurance is a valuable asset that can be sold.
We learned we could sell all of our policy or keep
policy lapse without finding out what it's worth. Visit CoventryDirect.com to find out if your
Yeah, it's a metal corporation. They just had no, you're good. They just had earnings. I knew that they had earnings a couple weeks ago. Alcoa is actually a pretty big company. You'll see. I think it was the week before. See, like Lamb Research. Yeah. It was the week with like Goldman Sachs, J.P. Morgan, when the banks reported. Alcoa reported with them. It was 2 weeks ago. Alright, so we'll go here to trending. I know today's going slow, but we're going to go over some of these names that are trending. Boeing, Google, DJT on. We're getting ready to go into like 11 o'clock. I'm just giving it a couple minutes, and then we're going to go, you know, I'm going to like pretty much like erase some of the levels so that the charts aren't crowded. And look at it. And then like kind of like go from there for the week. European names are going green now. Okay, they went red last week. At least, you know, Friday they went red.
AMIX halted on a circuit breaker. Autonomix halted on a circuit breaker.
It's the only site that always connects you to the listing agent. Feels like a work of art.
What about the app? Wow, went all in on gold. Ding dong.
Homes.com. We've done your homework.
Spotlight delivers the
All right.
best videos of the day right to your inbox. Top stories, key highlights, hand-selected daily by CNBC experts. Sign up now for free. Go to CNBC.com.
RGC, Gencell shares halted at the highs $9.90, up 112% on relatively light volume. That's Romeo Golf Charlie.
If you haven't done so yet,
AAPL, Apple unveils the new iMac with M4 supercharged by Apple.
wait, is there an Apple event today?
Available in colors starting at $12.99, available November 8th. That's Apple event.
I'd be looking for a move back down into 41 here on DJT.
Shares of Apple off the highs now. Apple shares up about 1%.
Are there any bullish narratives left for crude oil? Meantime, close to session highs here as we got the Dow up 300, S&P got to 5850 or so.
META, the information reporting.
Week of tech earnings. As we said, let's bring in our senior markets commentator, Mike Santoli.
Meta develops AI search engine to less reliance on Google and Microsoft. That's Michael Echo Tango out.
One thing I did want to say, guys, is for some of these earnings.
Shares of Google falling here on that news.
Oh my gosh.
Since July 10th, which is basically the prior NASDAQ peak, but also the start of second quarter.
Is
You see the NASDAQ 100 relative to S&P Tech. Those are both to the down.
some of these names? Okay, for instance, Ford, right? It's at a lowered price range. Okay, so I can't zoom in. Hold on, it's just froze. Just give me 1 second. Come on. Unless my battery's starting to die.
That's GOOGL.
I think I gotta put batteries in here. I might have to go get batteries real quick. So Ford is at the low on its daily chart. 29, 49, 47. So I'm wondering if Ford, if it's cheap enough, and we have time, right? Because it's Monday, so it's not like we're buying options or a couple options for cheap at the end of the week, and the expiration day is coming up. So I'm wondering if Ford could be, if we could put out a little money for on the call side. Now GM ended up breaking out on its earnings. Okay, it did really well. You could say that it was kind of, it was on the top end of the range, like as far as the price is concerned, going into earnings. So it was, you could have assumed it was likely that it would have given you a pullback, right? That you would have said the bulk of that money would have been made on the downside, but you know, so we'll see here with Ford. They've added a couple new things. The Bronco, a lot of other things there. The electric stations with Tesla and stuff. So let's see if you can get a move back to 12 with these earnings. We'll see. But like Microsoft, right? Like Microsoft is at the lower end of the range going into earnings. I could see this thing going back to like 440 or so. I don't know what they're trying to price in or if they're pricing in much. Yeah, like they want... Like, that's crazy, guys. They want you to pay $5 for a $12 to $13 move. So your break-even price is at the gap fill? Not even? Like, dude, that's your break-even price? 435, 520. So that move is 4%. It's not bad. So it's about a 4% move. So you're paying about $1 more than you should be. It's not bad, I guess. I'm gonna wait. I mean, it is a $400 stock, so that's not too bad. So anyway, that's what I'm looking for. Is some of these names that are overdone and down at the bottom end of the range. I want to see if we get some of these companies that are going to report this week to see if we could start getting some up moves in some of these names. All right, Ford's at the bottom end of the range. You have SoFi and PayPal also reporting. JetBlue, Reddit, Roku, Carvana, Starbucks, Altria, ConocoPhillips, Merck, Peloton, Uber. Peloton has already ran. I wonder if that is a reason for this thing to sell off if it reports just shitty earnings or crappy earnings. And then just like they just give it all back and it just poops to bed. Like that very well could happen. Or this could be a long. I forget what this news was. A partnership with Costco to sell its bike plus in-store and online. Okay. So the question is, did AI and this animation stuff that you can make, did it come out at the right time for Peloton to be able to get rid of the in-person people? Or slim, kind of trim the fat? And they can just start using AI lessons for like the screen on the bikes and whatever all the other products that they have out now. And not have to pay as many like real, humans. That can save them some money there. So this thing is going higher. This has got a nice wedge forming there. You have, $7. You have about a 50-cent move here for a move back to that 7 zone, and that's 10%. Call it 8.5% back to $7, guys. I think I might try this. That's a nice break and retest off of Thursday and Friday's high. It's 640. And I think we should look for a move back to $7. But remember, they do have earnings on the 31st in just a few days.
I don't think so. I think that certainly, and Powell is coming to, I know his term isn't end until the end of 2025 or early 26. But I don't think at this point in his term he's going to make any changes.
I'm trying to find something that nobody's watching so that there's not like a ton of volatility and we can get options or whatever cheap and still get some good movement and Let's see. What did Tesla end up doing? So Tesla is just still just hanging out at the highs.
Eric, finally, where do you place mega cap tech? Are they in the growth bucket or the value bucket? Because they have these huge balance sheets, but they're
Delta Airlines just hanging out
the rest of the S&P.
above the highs.
Yeah, it's a great question. I put it more in the growth bucket, and I think as we look at what is levered, most to an expanding economy or a weakening economy, I think they're just going to have much less.
Did anybody get long CrowdStrike? There it was, 305.
Their growth rate is expected to decline in 2025, and so if one believes that the economy is going to be strengthening from here, then that's where I think investors.
Okay, so we are back below the 100-day moving average. All right, are the markets getting ready to turn around? Because I could see I could start to see a place where CrowdStrike pulls back and cannot hold the 20-day at 300, and we really start making this move a bit lower.
After Iran's energy facilities were left unscathed on this strike from Israel over the weekend. Joining us this morning with her outlook, Alina Croft, RBC Capital Markets head of global commodity strategy and a CBC contributor. Alina, great to have you, especially on a day like this. Are you a buyer of the notion that Israel did exercise some restraint here?
Well, I mean, Israel did not hit the nuclear sites. It did not hit the oil facilities, much in line with apparently what the White House had asked of the Israeli government. I think the real question going forward for market participants is this...
I know this sounds crazy, but there's just something about Halima that she just... She is the OPEC girl. She is the oil industry for CNBC. Damn it. Oh shit, they got Deidre at the NASDAQ today. Damn. She's not sitting in Silicon Valley in front of the San Francisco bridge. I wonder if she's mad she had to come to this cold weather. Not that San Francisco's, hot or anything, but I'm sure it beats being here in the Northeast. She's going to be mad. I can't show you guys because it's past 11 o'clock. They'll copyright me. Carl Cantanilla got mad at me. So, oh, nice. Bro, I've been actually looking at real estate in Indiana, bro. How do you like living there? Would you rather live somewhere warm? Or not necessarily West Coast, would you, do you like having both, summer and winter and stuff? I feel like there's a lot of opportunity in Indiana. I was just watching, I love college football and college basketball, more so than pro sports. They did a tribute to Lee Corso this weekend. I'm not sure if you guys caught that, but he coached for Navy. I think he also coached Joe Namath and some of the other historical quarterbacks, and was a coach for Indiana. And they did a tribute to him this weekend, and they rolled this weekend, at least at the beginning of the game. But Indiana's a cool state. I like Indiana. I just... I was looking at property up there, and I just feel like there's a lot... I feel like Indiana is the new, Austin. Or could be. It's like in the early stages. There's a lot that's going down between companies and stuff like that.
Finally, Halima, given the action today, what do you tell clients or viewers who wonder what a legitimate war premium looks like now?
I don't know.
WTI.
Yeah. He said no. I can see why, because that's the only thing about Indiana is that it's there's nothing, you don't have no beaches. or shores. Like, I don't know how far it is from Lake Michigan, but I can look at Bulgaria. I was just looking at, I was looking at some property there, and I just thought, like, cause there's like so much from like everything from like biotech that there's just like it's about to be jumping in Indiana. If it's like already, the progress has already been started. Let's look at a listing. We'll just use Zillow. Oh yeah, they don't have anything. Damn it, I don't want no damn like cookies on my computer with like from another country. Oh my god. Nope. I'm good. I'm good. I'm not going to Bulgaria.
That's why you need this. Call for Fisher's Retirement Survival Kit, featuring your guide to surviving market volatility. Our stock market outlook, plus the Fisher investment difference. 3 indispensable guides. Yours free for calling 1-800-213-5317. Fisher Investments, disciplined approach.
Okay, Bloomington. Okay.
Ups and downs, and give you the confidence you need to reach a comfortable retirement. And our fees are structured so we do better when our clients do better. Call now for your free retirement survival kit. 1-800-213-5317.
And these houses though too, man. Some of these houses need to be updated. Look, you can already tell. Look, I'm going to do something. I'm going to click on this 320. And if I get something like this White House or greenhouse, I'm going to be pissed because they're already starting to buy up real estate and try to get 25, 30%. We can go to the maps and stuff like that. But like, look at this. Look, how did I know it? How did I know? I mean, it's not bad, don't get me wrong. Like, misplaced. And it's always fall in Indiana. It's always fall. I don't care what time you look at homes in Indiana. It is always fall. There's always leaves on the ground. There's always some busted up concrete. I'm going to Indiana and I'm opening up a concrete company. Strictly sidewalks and steps. Maybe some stamped work. Look, 315, right? Come on. Oh, no, it's not bad. Oh, these are new homes. Is this a new neighborhood? That must be a new neighborhood being built. Come on, just fucking take me there. Dude. Okay, this is actually looking like a new home. This is got to be pretty new. Somebody's going up there and doing a neighborhood. Yeah, I'll go into. I'm not accepting all. I'm not doing the cookies right now. Let's look at 345. I'm telling you guys, I feel like just like Florida, Indiana's going to start being the place where homes start to become unaffordable for people, for the most part. But like I just feel like there's like a flock of just people that are going to be going here, and you're going to have 2 to 3 people to try to get their 15 to 20% out of the home, and you start adding that up, 2 to 3 sellers. Even on the second seller, they've already pretty much maxed it out. 395. Are you fucking kidding me? Are you kidding me? What is this? You want almost 400,000. It's got a nice brick home. It's nice and opened up. I get it. How old is this house? This is crazy. It's nice. It's got windows. It's opened up. I can see it. I still think it's too much. I don't think this house is worth any more than 325. I don't think it's worth any more than 325. So we're about 75 grand off. You know, I think this is worth the 300s. Of course, I don't know what the it's on it's under a half acre lot. I mean, I've got a garage, but I mean, what would you call this, Brandon? Would you call that right here still a would you consider that a 1-story or a 2-story for that little part right there? Because I'm sure this is a little den downstairs. You could have TV and stuff down there, and there's little stairs for these bedrooms. Me, I still think this is a 1-story home. Let's go to the bedrooms. I'm sure they're trying to get away with having this a 2-story home. If it was a 2-story home, it had a real... Look, it has an unfinished basement. Oh, so somebody from the college used to work there. I guarantee you some teacher or something. Something's going on here. The previous owner did something, and this has got to be... They could have been an engineer or something. It's a really nice home. It's a nice home, but I just think it's is this it? This is kind of nice, actually. Can't really see the roof. I'm sure... I can already tell you it's going to need a new roof in the next 5 to at least within... Because you can see that's not just shadows, how it's just like... See if I can zoom in. I can't zoom in. Of course, it's not going to let me. So it needs a new roof. So I think this house is a 3 to 325. I think you tell them you need a new roof. That roof is going to cost you 10 grand all day long. You know, no disrespect. You know, it's a nice home, but this house has got to be 50 years old, I would assume. Also, on top of that, you could start to have some other issues that may start to happen, like the structure doesn't last forever. So at 400, you're taking a risk. Beautiful kitchen, beautiful home. I get it, but I don't think you sold me at 400. It's just my opinion. I could be wrong there. Yeah, I've seen some of it. Sorry, I didn't mean to get on that, but Brandon's like, I'll be right back. This guy just got my house on his damn stream. No, I'm just playing, bro. He's like, fuck, I was just trying to sell my house. What is he doing? Holy shit, this isn't happening. Is this real right now? Okay, look here at CrowdStrike. Check this out, guys. We are starting to get a nice little pullback here. Let me look before that. Did he say Senator John Morant? Alright, see here on CrowdStrike if we can break through. Break on through to the other side. Okay, see if we can start to hold here and try to extend higher. We're underneath the 100-day. Let's see if we can hold and extend higher. The target for this is back up to 305 and give me 308. Give me 308. 310. Maybe not today, but I want to start to hold. I want to see if we can start to hold here. Let's see, we opened, we popped. I would say 301 is the initial morning high. This sucks. This is not going to happen.
You're absolutely right. Here's the challenge, right? They're actually behind on AI, but the bright side is they're done with their big capex investments into their data centers, where Microsoft has a lot of capex reinvestment to do, and Google has to play a lot of catch up. And so Amazon.
Man, that sucks. Like it. That so it's just like it's funny how when we come up with these ideas like this weekend, I was just like, I was all after American Airlines this week and over the weekend, and sure enough, Boeing had to come out with some news to take that trade from us. But there were some key lessons here with American Airlines over the course of the past couple days. Some really key lessons with that 1325. You got above it, it failed. You got up to it, it failed. Tried to do it, and it's just like, when you look back, 13 was, your prior resistance that started to become support. And if we can get a pullback into 13, hold, that would have just been, I just wish we opened up in that zone, but we didn't. And it's obvious. Like, if I have it on my list, the institutions have it on their list. If we could have just opened up somewhere in here, we'd have such a huge trade on right now. Look, it's going to try to hold high a day here and extend up to 14. I mean, you give me a contract for 17, 18 cents. You give me calls for 18 cents. With a 30 delta and a 40 gamma, shit, I'll take that 200-300% on it if I get $1. Or I'll take that 200%, 100% on 50 cents. That would be roughly, call it 20, 15. With a 15 delta, it was a 30 delta, but that's for every dollar. If you cut it in half, I'll take that. I'll take 15 cents on 20. That's 75%. And it would have been cheaper if we did not open up above 13.25, because you would have had 2 days of not getting up to 13.50 involved. So it would have really started to pile on those. On that. But anyway, let's take a look at, so Palantir, I haven't really been looking at. Snowflake, I missed this one. Oh, we are pulling back. Okay. So we started to locate, the IWM is really where our strength was at. MSTR, IBRX. This thing is up 17, almost 18%. IBRX. Did anybody trade this or see it? Holy cow. I've never even heard of this company. IBRX. This almost looks like just like a real small cap that's trying to pop. Alright guys, give me 1 second. Alright, I'm going to go grab a Red Bull, and what we'll do is we'll take the second half of the day. Alright, because we are going into lunchtime. We'll go start our weekly watch list and, see what, we had some news this morning, and see where, some of the stuff that's happening can take us from here. So McDonald's, okay, so McDonald's did start to break down. Alright. 295. Shit. I might be able to take this now. Well, McDonald's is still green. Look, it's going to start falling out of bed right now. 296, 295.
Last year, they had politically sensitive costumes. So the government is now saying that you can't celebrate Halloween, which is a reminder that policy in China is very much give and take. You can have stimulus measures, but the government keeping the peace is the most important thing at the expense of the consumer.
We talked about
DJT back up to $46.
manufacturing executives detained. Certainly was all the talk of IMF last week.
Okay, so that was a nice break and retest up there at 300. I don't think this would have paid much, so I'm not going to be mad at myself for not taking the short up there at 300 because it kind of just traded sideways between 298 and 300. And look, it's now 11:30 and you've wasted 2.5 hours and you're still green. Like, I'm gonna wait and see if we can hold down here at 295 and look to be a buyer down there.
They trade over the NASDAQ, but United's at a 4.5-year high as well. The cruise lines are all on fire. I mean, look at Carnival every day. Practically hit a new high.
They have actually been CCL. For anybody that hasn't noticed, CCL, just these things have been runners, guys, with like real, you know, rally, consolidated pullback on low volume, bang, right? Extend higher, pullback, consolidate, extends higher. Just trying to do that again today. So a lot of people don't know this, but like last year, if you would have bought it at the beginning of last year, this thing was up 150%. Some serious money to be made. All right, I'm not going to get off track here. All right, I'm pulling up Tesla. DJT broke above $46. DJT is above 46 now.
It's just don't have any momentum at all in the last couple of months. Same with a lot of other names, Hadro, Curry, Dr. Pepper. They're just not doing much.
Looks like Tesla's headed up there to 280.
The lack of momentum, as I mentioned, has been in most of these consumer names and value names as well. Some of them, speaking of value.
I thought it was just too expensive, guys. I can't pay $5, $4 for a $10 move. I can't do it. Can't do it. So I'm not, you know. Something goes. What happens is when you pay up in premium for like such a big move, and something happens, that's when you really get bit in the ass. And like it turns around, and you're still $10 out of the money, and the trade just, you know, starts eating up time, and then bad, like the market, you know, isn't going green like it's right now. It's just sitting sideways, not moving. And you get one headline that takes like Tesla, or, you know, let's say there's news about Rivian or something, and then it just starts selling off out of nowhere, and you're really screwed. And you paid up for that, so you're going to pay up for the loss. You're going to lose more. That's why we like to pay less to lose less, and we like to pay less to make more. We don't pay more to make less and to lose more. We don't do that here. It's not what we do. So we just sit back, and we're just going to say, you know what? We're going to let the trades come to us. All right, so what I'm trying to do right now is, let's see here.
Hosted by our sister company NBC. Every Monday night football game on ESPN and some Sunday games on Fox. The company currently has 360-degree domes in Los Angeles and Dallas, and will expand to Atlanta soon, Teardrop. I'll send it back to you. All right. Intriguing, Savannah. Yeah. Thank you very much. When we come back, Amazon's bet on nuclear. The CEO of X Energy is with us after securing $500 million in funding from the tech giant. That's up next.
Crypto Watch is sponsored by Grayscale.
is my...
Crypto investing begins with Grayscale.
Why is my picture not coming up? Alright guys, so what we can do here is we can go through a couple different things with our
Camping was fun, but it looks like we brought Publix back with us.
If you have a you really need WeatherTech. It's the ultimate way to kid-proof your vehicle. From laser-measured floor liners for the front and rear, to cargo liner, seat protector, and seat back protectors, we've got you covered.
Your turn.
Find these American-made products at WT.com.
Hey kids, what do you call the NordVPN Black Friday deal? The Block Friday deal. Woo. Because you block online threats. Black Friday, Block Friday.
Get the Black Friday deal and block online threats now. So you start a small business thinking, I got this. Then comes the bookkeeping and you think, I'll catch up later. But later turns into never. Now your books are behind, but they don't have to be. Call Zandu, know your numbers, lose the stress, no more excuses, just real bookkeeping. Zandu, the official bookkeeper and accountant for small businesses.
The Alaskan gold rush was the greatest gold rush in the history of North America. The Fort Knox gold mine in Alaska has become one of the largest and most productive gold mines in the U.S. Now meet Nova Minerals on the NASDAQ, symbol NVA. With gold prices at record highs, Nova has a multi-million ounce
Alright.
gold resource that continues to grow in the same gold belt as
Alright.
vast exploration upside and moving rapidly towards gold production. Nova Minerals, NASDAQ NVA.
What's the number one item in a crisis? Food. Because when the world goes sideways, when shelves get taken
Alright guys, so if you guys have questions, you guys can post them below in the chat. If you guys could, help us get some likes going. Share the stream with a friend. Share it with a random person. Subscribe. Once we get to 1,000 subscribers, I just want to let you guys know that I am doing a giveaway. And I think it's going to be really cool. I may do, we might end up just doing like a few people. And if you guys have questions or stocks you guys want to cover, if you guys want to give back to the stream, any stream contribution, that link's in the description, PayPal, all that fun stuff, Cash App, for the hard work. If you guys just learned anything and appreciate it, again, with your help, you know, be able to bring some people on and be able to take this, you know, to a place and, you know, and put this at a level that I would like to get it to, you know, and I think we can, and with your help, we can get there. So, you know, we want to be able to help you guys. The biggest thing that I also want you guys to know is that outside of Google and YouTube, it's, you know, being able to make something where you guys don't have to be bothered and sold and, you know, have your personal data and information not be the main focus, and using the stock market as a blinder to what's really going on. Okay. You know, and listen, I don't hate those people. Listen, everyone, you guys have to figure out what it is that you enjoy, and at the end of the day, you just got to worry about feeding you and your family, you know. But this is what I'm trying to do here. And again, if there's a if you're out there listening and you have a company and you want to sponsor the stream, or if you just want to sponsor the stream with a donation, contribution, whatever, bring it. Let's do it. You know, all of it does go to the stream. Okay, it doesn't. You can tell me to use it for a coffee or something, sure. You know, but thank you. I'll probably just gonna use it for the stream. There's different videos, which the editing platform, the softwares that we use, the scanner, Squawk, all that fun stuff. It all goes to that, and to be able to also bring some people on here. You know, I'd like to really bring some and be able to do some interviews here at lunchtime. But nobody's gonna do it for free. They're not gonna come on for free. I hate to say it, you know. And we don't have enough views for people to, you know, bring in enough ad revenue from YouTube. So, just going to say that. And again, even if you just appreciate the hard work that we put in to try to put you guys in the right parts of the market, give you guys the education, and help you guys succeed. That's my top goal here. That's my number one goal here is to, you know, today coming into the day was, you know, if these trades are already done and taken and gapping up or gapping down, you know, if you're trying to take DJT from 35 to 40 and it's went from 10 to 30, I think you can, it's safe to say you missed the trade. The trade was 10 to 30, not 30 to 35 or 40. Sure, there's a trade there, but, you know, to anybody coming in and just trying to trade DJT up here when this thing has just been in an uptrend for 3 weeks now to a month, where were you 2 weeks ago, you know? So stock selection is key. Stock selection, I think, is one of the biggest separators. Knowing where to be, being there. I think it's one of the things that doesn't get talked about as much that separates, you know, the winners, the real winners, from everyone else. You know. Because stock selection allows you to do a few different things. It gives you the continuation, the volume. You know, chances are, if it's not too crazy and you're in it at the right time, you're not going to pay too much of a premium if you're trading options. And it's going to be just right. If you're trying to trade Tesla 3 days later after it's already ran up, those calls are maxed out. I just showed you guys. I'm not even willing to do it. They're trying to charge $4 to $5 for a $10 move. That means you need $14 move just to break even. And you only have 4.5 more days left. Like, you're also fighting time. So let it be. I'm good. You know? And that's buying $10 out of the money. It's crazy. All right, it's not okay. Stock selection. So that means we don't want to be looking at, you know, unless you want to buy the stock outright, we need a pullback. So Snowflake was another idea. UPS, we're still watching. UPS reported earnings last week. We still have some of these earnings on our watch list for a few reasons. You're going to have, you know, some of these institutional money managers not forget about these names. Usually that third to fourth day after earnings, you know, retail and the majority of market participants on the retail side are off. They've already lost their, it's kind of like, you know, they've lost their patience, or they're just off to the new shiny thing. And they forgot about, we're pulling into this zone, double top, mild support here, trade line coming up. Earnings weren't bad. Were they good or great? Not necessarily, but they weren't bad. So let's see if we can get a bounce back to the 200-day off this double top. If we don't, we don't. Then we have a gap fill that takes us to 133, and the 20-day moving average coming in right at that gap fill. So, or we bounce off this prior double top here, and we just cannot get back through 140, 139.50, which is also prior resistance. So don't forget about them. So that's why I still have the earnings list from last week. You have names like Boeing, American Airlines. Okay, NASDAQ. NASDAQ's been on a scream. So, you know, and then McDonald's. Their burgers are killing people. So we were watching 300. This was a 300% trade. Sorry, 200. We took that short up there on that double top. You had the 15-minute trade line that came right in right there. And we were just looking for a move to like 299. See if we could get through 300, get down to this level, and that's about where we were going to take it. Because you also had VWAP coming up here. And what it do? Just it just flushed. And those things went from $1.04 to $1.10 a contract, all the way up past $3. It's like $3.25. You know. So these stocks have reasons to move. Is why I'm bringing them up. Okay. Stock selection is important. DJT new high, guys, new high. So as of now, DJT showing us it's making new highs, but it's just eating up a lot of time. So you want to have your patience with DJT if you're trying to take this to $50. You need to wait for the pullbacks and just understand that those pullbacks could be up to, you know, they could pull back and hold a level for a half hour to 45 minutes. You know. So the uncertainty and the second guessing yourself is definitely there with DJT. You're asking for trouble if you try to take this. Because it's going to pull back, shake you out, and you're just going to say, you know what, we've wasted a lot of time. The volume's starting to get bigger on the sell side. You sell, 2 seconds later, boom, it starts running up. Well, see what I mean? Tesla 180, or 280, I'm sorry. What happened? Why did it do that?
A surgery that takes as little as 45 minutes, and your act of love can change a child's life forever.
It's time to grow your business. Time to get customers.
General Motors had a nice breakout after its earnings. It's pulled back. Looks like it wants to start to do something here. You are at a possible inflection point there at $53 for resistance. Also, don't forget, all right, GameStop Friday had a really nice move here. Brandon, did you see GameStop this morning? I know we talked about it, you talked about it, but why was, like, what made you say you were looking for a breakout to 40? Like, were there a ton of people talking about this morning or something? I'm really curious.
JP Morgan's Jamie Dimon wrapping up a speech at the American Bankers Association annual convention. Our Leslie Picker joins with some highlights. Hey, Leslie.
Hey, Carl. Yes, speaking at that convention about the state of the economy, he said, quote, the American economy
Just give me 1 second. I'm trying to gonna go through a couple things here. Dude, why is Neo? So when did Neo and PayPal start trending? Hold up. Let's look at Neo real quick, guys. Oh my god.
Next year, the risks the following year, and the risk of stagflation as well. He said over the course of several earnings calls now that he does see inflation being kind of stickier than the market may expect. And so this was a reiteration of that view on inflation. And one, to your point, that the term premium is also indicating is still a concern out there in the market as well.
He's been hawkish, although we seem to have backed off of the hurricane talk from a year or two ago.
If that wasn't a short, I don't know what is. Look at that. You're right at your 38.2 fib on that down move. I would honestly be careful up there at $6.
When you're looking for answers, it's good to have help. Because the right information at the right time may make all the difference.
I mean, if I'm trading this, I'm looking for 560, you guys. I'm looking for 560 on Neo. I think that's a must. I think that's an easy one there.
And when you call, a knowledgeable licensed agent producer can answer any questions you have.
Walk. It's Sunday, which means the team's off. Damon went home Saturday with Mia, and I'm trying to find something to do. Obviously, I'm here for work, so I want to make as much content as I can. So I'm going to film some brand deals today, but I also want to finish some vlogs. Sunday is that real awkward day, and to be honest, moving forward, especially when Damon's not here, it doesn't make a lot of sense to be here on a Sunday. You know, the weekends have changed a lot as far as car events. Saturday's not too bad, but Sunday seems pretty useless. So in hindsight, I should have just flown home today instead of tomorrow. But I'm actually meeting my fiance in Phoenix for a few days. So she found a really cheap flight. I thought, I'll meet you down there. And what's cool here, if you live here, you already know this. If you don't live here, regional flights are cheap. Like I can fly LAX in a basic airline to Scottsdale for like under $100. In Canada, to fly a regional flight is, if you're lucky, $400. That would be on the lower side of that. Which makes it really cool. I'm already down here for work to do a little quick, I guess it'd be a staycay for me in a way, but I can do it on a budget since I'm already down here and then fly home from Phoenix. But otherwise, yeah, I would just go. But it is one of the hard things when you are in this business of daily uploading, is when you have a day without content, it's really stressful. Because I'm down here obviously to make videos, and I'm alone. Like my kids aren't here, my fiance's not here, nobody's here. So if I'm here, it's like, okay, how can I be as productive as I can? Now, we're fortunate in the fact we've got a ton of new partnerships and brand deals, so there is work to be done, but it's just not as exciting as making a YouTube video and you get a crew together, go for a drive. And it was a lot easier back in the day. Things changed, and that's life. In the meantime, I have some errands to run, get some things done, prepare for tomorrow. There is a car I'm supposed to go look at. Trying to find some new build ideas as far as just stuff for me to work on. So having something I can bang out that I can do a lot of videos on, that's exciting for you guys and for me. One of those ideas, obviously, I mentioned in a recent main story video, is the winter beater. And I still want to pursue that so I can make videos in Canada. That way when we're home, when we're short on content, we actually run down the road, make a really good video without having to fly to LA. But also I found this really, I don't want to get into the details in case it makes it to the main story, but I found this really rough supercar. And one thing I do enjoy, and I don't know how you guys would like it, is restoring, if you will, cars. Like, to find the worst Ferrari or Lamborghini or whatever the model is, the worst MP412C, and bring it back to life. So there's obviously channels that do rebuilds and crash cars. We've done a bit of that on here, but I'm not sure if you guys are as keen as, obviously, like, say, Matt Armstrong's audience. And I think when you build your audience on one thing, it's hard to switch it up. Matt's done an amazing job. He gets crazy views rebuilding, but from day one, that's what he did. Whereas us, we've never been a rebuild channel. So, you know, we have a very diverse audience because we do change it up a lot, obviously, with Gumball, which gets a lot, you guys love Gumball videos. Some of our best performing consistent videos are on Gumball. But unfortunately, we can't make videos like that every single day. We need to have a mix up of fabrication in the shop, shenanigans, car shopping, you know, basic modifications, road trips, whether that's locally or somewhere more exotic. That's kind of the whole rhythm of it. Now, if we made one video a week, we could do big, crazy videos, but you guys have really told us that what you love about DDE is daily, and it's obviously in our name. Now, when Damon started the channel, it wasn't about daily uploading. It was about daily driving an exotic car. But now that we're doing daily uploads, it actually goes hand to hand. And I know a lot of you guys, I've talked to a lot of people that have stuff going on in their lives, tough stuff. And having that thing to look forward to every day helps. And that goes far with Damon and I and the whole team, as far as, like, yeah, we could take a month off. I mean, really, or a week or 2 weeks. We could like, we do whatever we want. We own the company. But we have a responsibility to not only our sponsors, of course, because they have videos they want, but more importantly, you guys wanting to watch the videos. So that's my TED Talk for this Sunday morning. I am headed off to pick up something. I need a new printer for the office and some other boring stuff. And I'll check in with you guys in a bit. I filmed a promo using our studio lights here for a very dramatic effect. I don't know what I just pressed. It's gonna keep on going. All right, well, we're onto the desk now. By the way, shout out to FlexiSpot. They sponsored some videos. We have more coming from them. They have a really good desk and an even better chair. It is 1,000 degrees in here, but when I have time to put that right effort in, I think lighting is really important to have a dramatic effect. It's just these lights. Shout out to actors watching this right now, if there's any of you. Brad Pitt, I assume you're watching. Dude, those lights are freaking hot. I need 2 minutes to explain a serious problem affecting me and most likely affecting you. And that's a data collector. Now, what is a data collector? Every time you're on the internet, which is right now, all information is being tracked, stored, filed, and unfortunately sold. Phone number, home address, calls, it's really a no paying for it. Actually verifying a part of this world of data, personal information. Sign up right now, link in description. Part of this world of data hacking and people find out personal information.
I thought he was going to say data analytics.
Sign up right now, link in description. I used it, and right away, you guys, and neither should you. Monday morning commute in the Caravan GT. It is a slow pace. Unfortunately, I can't use HOV because there's nobody there. And, well, I'm in a minivan, honestly. No one can see through the windows, but nevertheless, we're going to follow the rules today. Today's a big day. We have a lot going on at the shop. The F12 is scheduled to start in less than 72 hours. Think about that for a second. That car's been torn apart for, as you know, a long time. Engine been completely, everything's been done. I wrote a comment on today's video saying that aside from the motor, and the actual rolling chassis. Mike and Tim built an entire car. That's right. Suspension, braking, cooling, everything is custom and being wired up right now. They're almost done. I think they finished today the wiring. Then tomorrow just fine tuning, plumbing, adding coolant, so forth. And then tomorrow, or the day after, then they'll start it. So yeah, it's crazy. Unfortunately, I won't be here for that, but I will be here for the dyno day. So the week after, we'll put on the dyno, rev it up, see how much power it makes. So some really insane things coming to the channel with that car. And when the car's running, then we gotta teach them how to drive. By we, I mean professional, definitely not me. Damon obviously is very good at messing around, but to actually learn how to control a car consistently, we're gonna invest some time and money into some strategies around that, so that when we want to take that car out to an event or whatever we do with it, Damon has this skill set, and he naturally gets it, so he catches on really quick. He could have been a race car driver if he wanted to follow rules, but to be honest, you know, the whole point of doing what we do is to not follow the rules. So I don't know if he'd like the actual rule part of it. Another thing, like, you know, he'd be an F1 driver in like the 60s. He'd do whatever he wanted. But we're talking about doing some things like that. Also, drag racing. So we have a concept. I won't get into too much of the details, where we could take all of our hero cars, like F12, 720, Senna, on and on, and actually do a drag racing little episodes, if you will, to see, you know, can people beat those cars. But they have to get dialed in first. But allegedly, the 720 next week's going to Gantani to get an engine put in. So, you know, it's like all of a sudden we have this just dry spell of content because the cars are broken. And I can attest to that because every car I own is currently broken. But yeah, don't go anywhere. Appreciate your patience. Appreciate the ones that watch every video, even when sometimes, you know, they're not as crazy as the other ones. But we don't miss uploads. We're always here for you guys, and appreciate the ones that are here for us. Hey guy, I don't want to scare you. I don't want you to panic.
That thing is fucking huge.
But you're gonna have to call pest control.
They seem like they're getting bigger and bigger.
You know what? They're just living their life, man. He probably has kids at home. He's trying to make a living. So let's just let him be. But call us somebody so they can kill them all.
I sprayed some stuff myself a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, how'd that work out for you?
So good. So far, so
By the way, guys, you're the most unhealthy person that works here. Every day he has all these things. He brings a whole thing of bagels. Oh yeah, where's the cockroaches coming from?
I have plans to even out the unhealthiness.
Do you really? By reading Arnold Schwarzenegger?
There's no windows in here, so we need oxygen.
They create oxygen, cockroaches? Your theory is confusing. I just made the worst financial decision of my absolute life. I had to call the lawyer to get out of it. Let me explain that later. But I just lost, like, I'll calculate it, 150,000 personal dollars. Let me explain that later. We gotta fly home first to get into it. I've never been to the Admiral Club for American Airlines. I fly Air Canada, which is United as their partner. So by reading Arnold Schwarzenegger?
There's no windows in here, so we need oxygen.
They create oxygen, cockroaches? Your theory is confusing. I just made the worst financial decision of my absolute life. I had to call the lawyer to get out of it. Let me explain that later. But I just lost, like, I'll calculate it, 150,000 personal dollars. Let me explain that later. We gotta fly home first to get into it. I've never been to the Admiral Club for American Airlines. I fly Air Canada, which is United as their partner. So I'm curious to see how it compares to the United one, because the United one kind of sucks. I booked a first class ticket to Phoenix, and they said that to get in the lounge, you need to have first class international, and that first class business, or sorry, first class domestic, you can't get in the lounge. But I could buy a day pass for $79. I'm like, that has to be a pretty crazy experience for 80 bucks. And I'll just go here and put a California pizza kitchen or something. I made the worst financial choice of my life, and I just tied a bow on it. And while it's over, it's not over. So if you guys recall, I bought and built a townhouse during COVID. I bought it early 2021, and I didn't move in until late 2022. Now when I bought it, It was.
I just wanted to see what happened to his rental property that he bought. So this is why I have this playing. So if it's too loud, let me know. I once I saw the thumbnail, I'm like, this is about his rental property. So this is why I have it playing. I want to see what happens.
Obviously, everything was going crazy. Rates were low. And it was hard to buy anything. And I wanted to get a home in Nanaimo. But at that time, that's where I spent all my time outside of TDE. So I bought the townhouse. And it was delayed and delayed and delayed. And I made a bunch of videos about that. So without going too far down that story, basically the contractors lied. And then would tell me they need another 2 weeks, another month, another 2 months. Finally, I moved in. The place is a pile of crap. Now, I kind of stopped talking about it because I wanted to kind of just focus on making it into a home, if you will. But a bunch of warranty work got done awfully, and I'll show you guys later in this video. I'll go through a little tour. And ultimately, I decided to sell it. I listed it for sale about 8 months ago for a price a lot higher than I sold it for. In fact, I had to pay to walk away. And don't forget, I put down a big down payment. After selling it, and commissions and fees and taxes, all the stuff we have from British Columbia, I literally had to pay the bank money to walk away with nothing. And I'll get into the numbers later in this video, but first we'll go there. I'll do a little tour, show you guys around the place, the problems I had with it. Then I'll talk about the numbers and why it was such a horrible, horrible investment. By far, my worst ever. They call this beautiful British Columbia. This is the island. And this is what it does majority of the year. It's probably one of the most depressing places on earth, I'm being really honest with you guys. Almost there. Now, I never mentioned who the realtor was. I don't want to burn them. But there's signs near me that would indicate who it was. That was listing agent. That was absolutely horrific. Lying, deceitful, all the dirty things that make people not like realtors. But not all realtors are bad. Like anything, not all car salesmen are bad. And at the end of the day, look at that, there's deers. At the end of the day, it's my fault. I made the choice. I could have gotten out of it. I didn't. I stayed the course, and it cost me, it cost me about a Lamborghini. But here we are pulling up now.
This is bad.
As you can see, there's sold signs. What's wrong, honey?
It got wet. Look it.
What got wet?
Yeah.
Oh, you spilled your orange juice?
Yes.
Pause. And there it is, you guys. There is the townhouse. End unit. She's sold. She's done. Tomorrow's closing date. And it's currently being cleaned, so we're gonna park right here. And I've got cleaners here, making sure it's nice enough for the owners. Now, the people that bought it tore my face off. And, well, I have to give it to them because the market's dead here right now, especially in Canada. There's a lot of reasons for that, which I'll explain as well in this video. But they lowballed me, and eventually I had to make a choice based on just data, looking at if I held up for another year, what it'll cost me, what's the risk involved. And I took the huge, awful, not huge, I took the huge loss and the awful offer. But I still have integrity, so I hired professional cleaners to make sure the house is perfect for them when they move in, because that's the kind of guy I am. Even though they did not extend me any courtesies, what goes around comes around. Now, the reason why I wanted to stick it out was that view right there. That really enticed me, but it cost me, well, we'll get into that later. I keep on teasing you guys, but we will. But this is the place. We have these nice cleaners here, making it look brand new. Kemi's saying goodbye one last time. There's a few more things to remove, obviously some artwork, some pictures. I'll leave them that TV bracket because I'm so nice. But yeah, this is a final send-off. I need to obviously deal with that. The warranty company fixed things, but they would leave like random stuff behind. Now remember, this place sat empty a lot. I'm only home on the island like a week a month with my kids. Obviously I travel, the kids come to Kelowna, but for like Nanaimo, a week a month was basically all I would come here for to see them. So to make up for obviously the huge expense, when I first bought this place, the mortgage was like sub $3,000, and then with rates going up and being a variable mortgage, it doubled. So I say, well, you know, $6,000 a month is a lot of money to be burning, so what if I Airbnb'd it? So I did that. I converted the entire thing into an Airbnb, including building this, pantry. I had a fridge in here, this locked, so all the food would move from that fridge over there, and then I had to buy obviously the bedding, systems in place, labeling. Now I never told you guys that because I honestly didn't want the audience to know they could rent my personal home. For obvious reasons, I put it in my fiance's name and actually did pretty good. The summer's really busy, had some really cool guests, some not so cool guests, some damage along the way, but overall wasn't terrible. until the government got involved. Yes, Canada, the worst place to do business. And I'll get into the real details of my next moves as I explain this, because I'll probably never own real estate here ever again. Not in this country, not now anyways. So the government in Canada, because there's a housing crisis, obviously rent's really high, mortgages are really high right now, and there's not a lot of homes for people. But I thought, well, how do we solve that problem? You might say, well, what if you created affordable housing or created subsidy programs, lowered interest rates? No. They said, hey, we're gonna make Airbnbs illegal. They killed Airbnb, it's dead. There's certain provisions you can do. If it's your primary residence, which this technically is my primary residence, but you can only do up to like 90 days a year. It can only be 2 bedrooms, so you can't do a 3-bedroom. So I got a letter about 4 months ago saying you're cut off, you deleted your account off Airbnb, you can no longer make money off this property. So now I'm burning basically $6,000 a month for a property I barely use, and in the summers we're not here. The kids and I, we go on trips, we go to Kelowna, where my fiance and I have a home, or we'll go to, we went to Hawaii last spring break. I like to travel with my kids, I don't want to sit around. So this place sat empty so much, I was like,